Nixon's offense is framed that slot T, or what do they call it?
That slot T offense. Nixon has so many weapons that they can use at any time. They have Joseph Ibarra, Pablo Tovar, Jesus Cupian is that third running back that they also like to alternate in between. So it's going to be interesting to see how that offense tries to keep that undefeated streak going, right, at 4 games. Meanwhile, United South, they've got some very capable players. On the defensive side, you're talking about William Noble, the defensive end, Jonathan Hernandez, their star linebacker. I'm interested to see how the front seven battle goes in the first quarter. Offensive lineman versus defensive lineman. Who's going to win that in the end in the fourth quarter? I think that might be a key to look at
now,
the game.
The Nixon offense gets a lot of hype, but South is excited to have their starting quarterback. He was out after the game with Wagner. He's back in action tonight.
Absolutely. Efren Hernandez, in visiting with the teams before the season, I was looking at Efren Hernandez. He's got a nice throwing motion, very fundamentally sound football player. Unfortunately, he went down with an injury week 1, right? So they've had Brian Benavides and a few other guys filling in for the time being. Kind of able to hold the fort down, right, and get 1 win before district starts, which I think is pretty encouraging as the Panthers are coming out onto the field right now. But I am very excited to see Efren Hernandez and watch him play quarterback. They haven't been complete yet until today. Goyo.
So with Hernandez back at quarterback, that means Brian Benavides can focus on running the ball. What can we expect to see from the Nixon defense in their attempts to stop South?
Yeah, well, the Nixon defense is also on paper very strong. They've got Alex Castro, who's made some big plays. TJ Rogerio, he's the man in the secondary that kind of keeps these receivers in check for Nixon, right? So they've had some close games, right? Nixon, really a touchdown difference in all 4 of the games or less. But this is district play. Everything changes in district play. I honestly don't know what we're going to see tonight. That's why I can't wait.
Last year, Nixon did not win a district game. They came in the same way, 4-0 with their pre-district games, and then went 0-6 the rest of the season. South was able to pull off the victory last year at Shirley Field. They're back here at the SAC tonight.
I feel like Nixon might not go winless in the district season this year. With that year in 6A under their belt, you got to expect that they're going to not do the same as they did last year, right?
Some of the leadership on that team, including Brian Gutierrez, their offensive guard, wearing number 68 tonight. He's a senior, he's a captain, and he talked about reshaping the mentality and the focus of this Nixon football team. So I think you might be right. The Mustangs might pull off a couple of victories this year in district. We'll head down to the field now, where Nixon's preparing to kick off. They'll be defending the southern goal. South in their all-black uniforms and silver helmets, defending the north goal. So South will be going into the win here to start the first quarter, Luis.
Yeah, left to right. I know a couple weeks ago there was some wind a week ago, right, versus Martin versus Alexander.
Wind
definitely did play an issue, but that happens when you float the ball up there and let it hang in the air forever. Line drives are going to be the quarterback's best friend tonight.
Back to receive for the Panthers is number 1, Toby Cisneros, along with number 22, Brian Benavides. Toby Cisneros of late getting some press coverage. Following the footsteps of his dad was a spectacular athlete as a running back for the Martin Tigers in the late 90s, and now following the footsteps, here he is tonight. Back to receive along with Brian Benavides. The kick is in the air, and instead it'll be number 2, Ruben Gansa with the return. He's already at the 30, going to get tripped up near the 35-yard line, and the Panthers will take over with a 1st and down.
Nixon gave him some pretty good field position with a short kickoff right there, 75 yards to the end zone.
Here's a look at the starting lineups for tonight on offense. You said there, Efrain Hernandez, a senior quarterback, back in action for the first time since week 0. Brian Benavides, Juan Ramirez, there's Toby that we talked about. Wide receivers also include Ruben Garza, Juan Martinez, Zion Martinez, and the O-line, Hector Montemayor, Joseph Amado, Michael Gutierrez, and Mark Trujillo. Trujillo only a sophomore for the Panthers, Luis. Wonder if Nixon will try to take advantage of that inexperience.
They should. If they want to win this game, you definitely want to take advantage of that. You know, United South has plenty of capable players on their side of the ball, too.
On first down, the handoff goes to the person we expected to see run the ball, number 22, Brian Benavides. About an 8-yard gain for South.
Already creeping up at midfield right here. Getting a first look at the Nixon defense. They've got 4 linebackers in the box.
Back-to-back carries for Benavides. This time a little tougher in gaining some yardage, although he may have picked up the first down, Luis.
Yeah, I love Brian's way to run. He's such a shifty runner by nature. I mean, he's closer to the ground. He stays low, very shifty. nobody has anything negative to say about Brian's game, not just at United South or Nixon, but in the entire city.
The senior quarterback, Efrain Hernandez, 5 yards behind his center. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. 2 receivers to either side. Benavides in the backfield. This time it's play action. The pass is complete to a wide open receiver for the Panthers, and they'll have another 1st down. Efrain Hernandez connecting what looks like to be number 3. That is Juan Martinez. Saw in that starting lineup earlier.
They found a soft spot in that zone. If they can just get little 6-yard plays here and there, I mean, put up a good drive just like that.
Once again, 2 receivers to either side. The handoff this time does go to Benavides. Breaks a tackle. As you can see, the jersey being pulled, reminiscent of college football from the late 70s when they had those tearaway jerseys. So another back-to-back 1st downs for the Panthers. And Benavides is going to stay in the game with that torn jersey.
Now we got to get him a replacement jersey already.
2 receivers once again to either side. Hernandez with the 1st and 10 from the Nixon 27-yard line. This time the quarterback inside the 20. Hernandez to the 10. That's going to be a 27-yard touchdown run for Efrain Hernandez and the Panthers.
Virtually untouched along the left side of the field. 27 yards. That's a quick score right there. And a good start for Efrain Hernandez, who we were talking about in his return. It sounds fitting that he gets the touchdown to start the game. I can only imagine how great he feels to be out there finally, and the rest of the United South squad having their quarterback lead them on that drive, too.
We have the ROTC running. They got flagged for being on the field with the flags. They have the American flag, the Marine Corps flag, and the South flag. And the officials just... He doesn't even know how to describe that delay of game.
You can see Coach Koss on the sideline saying, I need to talk to somebody right now, guys. That costed us some yards.
What was that? That's a first. Number 45, Christian Gonzalez on the field for the point after touchdown. Yeah, I've never seen that before. That is a first.
Well, let's see if it costs the Panthers an extra point.
The snap, the kick is blocked, and so it does. The Mustangs trying to pick it up, and the return it'll be a couple of points. Instead, they fall on the loose ball. Yeah. So the extra point is no good. 10-14 to go in the 1st quarter. It's South 6, Nixon 0. You're watching Friday Football Fever on the CW. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. Just moments ago, the quarterback, Efrain Hernandez, getting his first action in 4 weeks. A 27-yard touchdown run. You see everyone follow Brian Benavides, and then there goes Hernandez to the left, breaks that one tackle, and then he's in the end zone after that, goes in untouched, Luis.
You know, they were ready for that play. I mean, they had man on him, ready to check him, but Efrain is a shifty left-to-right runner. He can put a little move, and well, that one was just pure getting around the defender. I'm faster than you. 6 points our way.
And here's a kickoff into the wind. It's a short one. It'll go out of bounds, and the flag will come out. And that means Nixon, Luis, will start with good field position.
Good field position. Both teams getting good field position because of the opposing kickoff. Not because they had a good return, but because of a short kickoff into the wind. It goes out of bounds, 40-yard line. And, hey, little things like that, you know, they can always come back.
You know what I was thinking? For those of you who... I'm going back to the point after touchdown. After South scored their touchdown, the Marine Corps JROTC ran off to the field with 3 different flags. And I'm wondering if they're thinking, well, they do it in college. You know, so we see that in college. And I wonder if they thought that it was okay to do it in high school, too. And, of course, it caught everybody off guard. On first down, a quick handoff to big number 25.
And there he goes.
Barreling through the line. That is Pablo Tovar. And Nixon showing that they, too, can run the ball efficiently. They're inside Panther territory. at the 46-yard line. Chains move, Luis.
Oh boy, can they run the ball. Take your pick. Which one do you want running the ball? Which one do you not want running the ball, especially late in the fourth quarter? I think you can attribute their running game in their most recent win versus Zapata to that victory. I mean, they just had a little bit more in the tank at the end.
On 1st and 10, that is number 24, Jesus Cumpian, getting the carry. A gain of maybe 2 on that play. And you talked about they have a trio of running backs they can go to, and they're all excellent.
They're all excellent. I mean, Joseph Ibarra is the fullback, but he can act like a running back at times. I mean, he's listed as a fullback, but beef and speed is kind of the way they like to refer to themselves at the beginning of the year, where they were telling me, talking about Joseph Ibarra and Pablo Tovar.
And on 2nd down, the Mustangs pick up about 4 yards on the play. It'll make it about a 3rd and 4.
So now we're going to get our first look at the Nixon offense and that slot T offense. I'm not sure how nervous Coach Koss was leading up to this game. He is confident in his defensive players, but this Nixon offense, you know, they can present a lot of different options right out of the gun. I mean, they can have tailbacks coming out of the backfield. They can have a fullback move up, and then we have a...
All 11 in the box here. Ibarra with the carry. He's contained there by the South defensive end, and his teammates come to the rescue.
Yep, very on top of it. On top of it, nothing much for any of the Nixon offense to move there.
So it's 4th and 4, and Mustangs going for it, looks like.
In high school, definitely try to go for a few 4th downs.
They do have their wind at their back. Earlier in this drive, they had some receivers line up wide to the left. This time it's all 11 in the box again. Austin Garcia, the quarterback, quick handoff once again off that left side. The Mustangs really close to the 1st down. I guess it depends on the spot. Yep. It's right in front of you, Luis.
It looks like the far side official initially had him marked past the 1st down, but the near side official came in too, and they're putting the ball down. It appears we're like almost right on it, Goyo. It looks like it's, yeah.
Oh, they say 1st down. Without measuring, I thought they were going to call for a measurement. Jesus Cumpian gets the carry, picks up 4. It's 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. Drive remains alive. Line of scrimmage now, the 36-yard line of the Panthers.
And don't forget about that other running back that has potential to run, and that's Austin Garcia. He might take the option by himself. Another very capable running back.
2 receivers down at the bottom of your screen. They do go to the air. Pass intended for Ibarra falls incomplete, just a little bit too high.
A little bit too high. Got a little fancy with the throw. He might have felt the pressure coming on him, and he had to get rid of it real quick. And as you see that graphic, yeah, 4 wins this season. They have no losses. We've seen this story before with Nixon coming out of the gates in non-district play, winning all of those games, but in district play, at least last year, their 1st year in district play, they lost all 6 games. Me and Goyo both believe that that will not happen again this year.
On 2nd and 10 from the 36-yard line, a gain of maybe 1 for the Mustangs. Looked like Pablo Tovar with the carry. The Panthers clogging that line of scrimmage. Big old number 67 was in on that play. That is Jorge Garcia. Had some help from his teammates, Luis.
You know, not the problem, but when you have such a heavy running back rotation and the defense knows it, and you yourself know that you're going to keep handing the ball off to one running back there, the defense is ready for it. About 80% of their plays are going to be runs, is what the Nixon blueprint looks like.
And we have another run, but we also have a penalty flag on the field. The first, it'll be assessed to an actual football player and not to the ROTC.
ROTC never going to let that one down, huh?
That'll be encroachment.
5 yards, and we'll repeat 3rd down.
So that's a big break for the Mustangs, Luis. They would have been 3rd and long, and now it's going to be 3rd and about 3 here. A long 3, but 3 nonetheless.
Much more manageable, absolutely. And they are going downwind, right to left. Slightly, a slight wind.
All 11 in the box for the Mustangs. Austin Garcia, the quarterback, been taking quick snaps. Here's another one. And a quick handoff to big old number 25, Pablo Tovar. Tackled at the 20. 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. The green and gold are in the red zone. The beef and what?
That's beef and speed right there.
Beef
He's the
and
beef
speed.
part. Joseph Ibarra will be speed. How about that game that you guys had last week? Martin versus Alexander. I still can't get over that one.
It was a scoring affair. Austin Garcia has trouble handling the snap. And now they're going to say that his knee touched the ground when he was trying to pick up the fumble. It'll be a loss of a yard. Line of scrimmage will be pushed back to the 21-yard line. Looks like you had trouble handling the snap, you think?
The exchange, definitely the exchange, absolutely. Which most of the time, the quarterback needs to make sure that he gets his hands on it, secures the ball before he can go anywhere, because then you're going to have a loose ball. With the defenders right there, able to snatch it up.
2nd and 11 now for the Mustangs. Looks like Kumpian with this carry. A gain of maybe 3. And Nixon content to take that because they're in 4-down territory, as they showed us earlier tonight. This is their first drive of the game on offense. We're already at the 5:35 mark of the first quarter. South scored first, but they missed the extra point. Nixon now trying to match him. 3rd and 7. Tovar with the carry. He'll be tackled near the 15-yard line. So this will bring up a 4th and 5. You do have the wind at your back, Luis. Are they kicking it here?
I'm not.
Or are they going to go?
You know, the old adage is that you definitely want to come away with points. I mean, you never want to finish a drive without getting something out of it. And it looks like the special teams unit is coming out.
That's Joe Gonzalez, number 84. He'll be doing the kicking. So this will be a 32-yard field goal attempt for the Mustangs with the crosswind at their back. I think Heat Wave calls it the sea breeze.
Heat Wave.
So Joe Gonzalez, the kick is up. It's long enough, and it is straightened up.
Great
the Mustangs, 3 points on a 32-yard field goal at the 4:40 mark. It's Nixon 3, the Panthers 6. You're watching Friday Football Fever on the CW. Activity complex, the site of the first district football game for United South and the Nixon Mustangs. The Mustangs cutting the lead to 3. South scoring first tonight. They missed the extra point. Nixon driving down the field, stalling at about the 15-yard line and getting the 32-yard field goal from Joe Gonzalez. And the Mustangs kicking off for the 2nd time tonight. You were going to say, Luis?
Yeah, I mean, that extra point obviously did not go in, so it's a one-possession game. It's still very early on, but trying to get any points you can as United South comes up the near sideline to around the 50-yard line.
Ruben Garza with a return there.
You always want to keep these games as much within reach as possible.
And a very late flag comes in. Ruben Garza, the play had already been blown dead, and then I saw the flag fly. It's over at the 45-yard line. They're discussing it with tonight's referee, the Whitecap. We'll await the official call. But it was a very, very delayed flag. That's what caught my surprise or caught my attention. A block in the back. So they'll mark it back about 10 yards. So it's a block in the back against South. So they push the line of scrimmage back to the 35-yard line. Not bad field position, Luis, but the 45 would have been much better.
I'll take the 45, absolutely.
So Efrain Hernandez, the quarterback, making his return tonight after an early season injury, scored the first touchdown tonight. And now his 2nd possession on offense. The handoff going to Brian Benavides. Big hole to the left. Finally gets hit.
Good tackle right there.
That was number 7, Luis, making the open field tackle for the Mustangs. He's not on my roster, but Manolo Rangel, the PA announcer, says number 7 is J.J. Hernandez. So he's the one that gets credited for the tackle. Gain of 2 here for the Panthers and Benavides. 2nd and 8. Now they have almost everyone into the pass pattern. It looks like Benavides, the only one in the backfield with Efrain Hernandez.
No safeties back for Nixon at all. Quick toss right here, up the middle.
And that works.
And
that works very well.
Looks like
Garza, number 3.
Number 3.
Transfer to number 3, Juan Martinez.
Oh, Juan Martinez, pardon me. I thought it was Ruben Garza. Ruben's number 2. Juan Martinez is number 3. They're right next to each other. First and 10 for the Panthers. Line of scrimmage is the 49-yard line. Once again, 2 receivers to either side of the quarterback. Benavides in the backfield. Hernandez rolling to his right, has a receiver downfield. The pass is complete. That is number 13 making the grab, Hector Montemayor. And now they're inside Nixon territory.
Oh, that was a terrific throw on the run from Efren, and it was on target, and he had to make his receiver go up and get it so that make sure nobody else can catch that football.
Number 13, Montemayor, using his fingertips to make that catch. 3 receivers to the left this time, up by the visitor's sideline, 1 to the right. Benavides in the backfield with the quarterback Efrain Hernandez. Takes a snap, play action, nice little swing pass complete again to Montemayor, number 13, and another flag. This might be a holding release against the Panthers.
Yeah, referee immediately threw that flag as soon as he saw it. You knew it as soon as the flag went. And that was the first look at Efrain Hernandez's throwing motion. You could see him kind of just warming it up on the side while he's in the game, just stretching it out. It's probably not 100%. He doesn't look like he's throwing with the full velocity. But nonetheless, he's able to get the ball out there in advance and move the pylon, or move the chains.
Someone was asking me why they named they announced the number now of the person. Of the person who committed the infraction. And I said, because the coach wants to know. I said, doesn't the player already feel bad enough that they got, busted for a penalty, and then you have to call his number out? I said, you know why? Because the coach wants to know. The referee said number 33, but William Noble is a defensive lineman. I think they meant to say number 3. He's a receiver, Juan Martinez, for the holding. The official adding another 3 to that jersey. So
I guess that one player will not be hearing from Coach Koss, right? It's going to be Noble
Coach
that gets
Koss
that
say,
one.
It wasn't me, Coach. I'm here on the sideline with you. He's got an alibi. First and 17 now after the penalty. Line of scrimmage is pushed back to the 42-yard line. Sort of, kind of play action. The pass complete to Toby Cisneros, holding it a little bit like a loaf of bread.
They are trying to strip that football. They definitely are. And that's exactly what you want to do as a defender. You get one hand on the player, you get the other hand trying to strip the ball, especially if it's a bunch of you making the tackle, right? It doesn't hurt in trying to strip that ball.
A gain of maybe 3 on the play will make it 2nd and 14. Ball is pushed now to the 39-yard line. 2:38 and ticking here. Still in the first quarter of tonight's football game. It's moving fast because both these teams run the ball a lot. Hernandez looking over the defense, fakes the handoff, keeps it. This is what he scored on last time, and he gets upended by number 7, J.J. Hernandez.
He was fighting a block simultaneously at the same time. He was able to push his way in there, and terrific tackle right there. That could have gone for a lot more positive. But yeah, I like the flow. I like what each team is doing so far. They're trying to keep the game within themselves. Nothing too crazy, nothing over the top. They're just going to, little by little, bite away at that field and try to get into the end zone. That's what we're seeing from both teams so far, taking their time.
3rd and 11 now for the Panthers. Line of scrimmage is the 36-yard line. 3 receivers by the south sideline, 1 up top by the Nixon sideline. Hernandez looking to his right. Now goes to his Brian Benavides, who came out of the backfield trying to beat 1 tackler. He's going to be stopped about 2 yards short of the first down marker, at least.
Yeah, that was Alex Castro, a terrific linebacker. He reminds me of Sean Lee, just a bit of a ball hawk. He knows how to get to the ball. That was an open field tackle right there. And that's Brian Benavides that he had to tackle on this high school level. That's almost as good as it gets.
On 4th and 3, the Panthers are going for it. They're going into the wind. Benavides in the backfield with the quarterback Efrain Hernandez. Cisneros down at the bottom of the screen. 3 receivers at the top. Hernandez once again faking the handoff. He avoids 1 defender. Now bounces it to the outside. Could go to the end zone. He's going to be tackled at around the 5-yard line. 1st and goal, Panthers.
And that was on 4th down.
That was on 4th and 3. And that's pretty much the same play that Efrain Hernandez and the Panthers scored on earlier in the first half.
Yeah, he's going to see if he's got something on the inside, and especially if the blocking is good and there's nobody on the outside. The same formula, I think Coach Villalon of Nixon definitely knows that that play is working for United South. See how much more Efrain can get that play as the game evolves.
So there was a pause in the action, but the official has wound his arm, which means the clock has started.
Yeah, there was one player who was getting looked at on the far side, but it looked like he was okay. They were able to get him off and not stop play officially.
So it's 1st and goal for the Panthers from the 8-yard line. This might end up being the last play of the first half. 2 receivers to the right, 1 in the slot. Handoff goes to Benavides, trying to break through the left tackle. Benavides will be tackled near the 3-yard line. And like I said, this should be the last play of the first quarter. We're going to take a real quick break as the teams will switch sides.
And they're going to be downwind, which is what you want to do.
So we're waiting for this to be a now they're coming across. So at the end of the first quarter, the Panthers 6, Nixon 3, South threatening to score. We'll be right back at Friday Football Fever on the CW. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. We're live from the Bill Johnson Student Activity Complex. We're about to start the second quarter. It'll be 2nd and goal for the Panthers. They're trying to stretch their lead. They'll have this at the 4-yard line. I thought it got to the 3-yard line. They spotted it at the 4. The action's now on our side of the field. We have a better perspective here, Luis, on this side. And so neither team has been stopped tonight. The Panthers have had the ball once, they got a touchdown. Nixon's had the ball once, they got a field goal. And once again, the Panthers threatening to score here to start the second quarter. So the play clock has started. Efrain looking over the defense. The handoff is to Benavides, and this will go down as a 4-yard scamper for Brian Benavides and the Panthers.
Easy money. He was very patient on that one. He didn't have to be too patient. He was just side-swiping a little bit, got into the end zone beautifully. And Brian Benavides, now he gets to play running back full-time now. Let's see how Brian Benavides does for the United South offense, playing running back full-time.
As we await the extra point, this time the ROTC is running on the track, not on the football field.
Definitely won't make that mistake again.
We learn more from our mistakes than we do from our successes. This is number 45, Christian Gonzalez, on for the point after touchdown. The kick is up. This one's much better, and it is good as the Panthers take a 13-3 lead. We'll look at the replay here of that run by Brian Benavides. We called it a scamper, a light-hearted run. That's how Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines a scamper. A little skip step there, then he just scampers into the end zone. Hardly touched there.
You've done the work already, going 96 yards, or at least getting to the 4-yard line. When you're right there, you really, especially if the offensive line's going to open it up like that, didn't break a sweat on that touchdown.
So the Panthers now lead by 10. Nixon will see the ball on offense for only the second time tonight. I'll repeat that again. We are already in the second quarter, and Nixon will be touching the ball on offense for only the second time tonight. Talk about some dominating the clock.
That time of possession, yes. Right? You want to milk that clock for as long as you can. Let your defense rest. That's exactly what United South has been doing. Look at these boys here on the near sideline. United South, they're, I would say, pretty hopped up to get in there and secure this lead. That's what defenses are motivated by, to see their offense score. And, okay, we'll take it from here, boys.
Ricky Navarro on the return for the Mustangs. He'll be stopped at about the 34-yard line. Nixon will take over with a 1st and 10.
What a fantastic setting tonight. Absolutely picturesque. I mean, it's Thursday, football.
It's the fall.
We have, right?
Officially the fall.
Is it fall or is it autumn?
Both.
Both, okay. I really don't care what you call it. I saw that debate on social media. I had to ask.
I think they call it the fall because we fall back in time. In a couple of weeks, we'll have daylight savings. First and 10 for the Mustangs, all 11 in the box. Quick handoff. No, it's Austin Garcia with the keeper. One of the few times that he's run the ball tonight. Manages to gain about 2 on the play.
And when Nixon gets up to the line of scrimmage, they're not going to take their time snapping the ball. They're going to go immediately as soon as they get to the line. Almost a hurry-up offense type of feel, but not quite.
But from a run perspective.
Right.
It's the hurry-up run offense. Sounds like an oxymoron. I want to see that debated on social media. Is there such a thing as a hurry-up run offense?
Let's do it. Let's put it out there.
Austin Garcia takes the snap, play action pass. It's complete. One of the few times you'll see the Mustangs go to the air, and this one fairly successful, about a 7-yard gain, Luis.
Yeah, that was the second called pass play for Nixon, if my memory is correct.
Yes.
Most of them have been, we're going to run this ball, but this one was a designed throw.
It looks like the recipient of that pass was Joseph Ibarra, number 12. And then making the tackle for the Panthers was number 25, Gustavo Lara. So 3rd and about 1 for the Mustangs. Familiar scene, all 11 in the box. That is number 24, Cumpian, with the carry this time, and he gets the first down.
Absolutely, and you know, when you see teams crowded like that at the line of scrimmage, it usually kind of implies, or they run that when they're inside the goal line, but you don't have that bare defense from United South. They know that they're going to run, but they're not going to crowd. They still have a couple safeties back.
Just in case
that they might do a little play action. That wouldn't hurt Nixon at all right now, actually.
This play is blown dead. The receiver closest to the Nixon sideline was not set, so they call him for a false start. Here's the official call. So they push him 5 yards back, line of scrimmage, the 41-yard line. It'll be 1st and 15.
Let's see who can get penalized less.
Well, so far tonight, 2 flags on the Mustangs, right? And no, I take that back.
We had a few on special teams too.
I was gonna say there's been at least 2 on the Panthers as well, and then 1 on the ROTC. Austin Garcia going to the air, and this is going to be intercepted by the Panthers. No, number 24, Cumpian, fighting for it. Let's see what the officials say. They say that the Mustangs have possession. It'll be a 1st and 10 for Nixon. Cumpian wrestles the ball away from the defender. Don't know if we have the replay, but that was a fantastic play by the Mustangs.
Partner, I'm with you. I believed it too because I saw with my own eyes it looked like it was in the defender's hands already, and I think a lot of the crowd, especially the United South crowd, reacted as if it was an interception. But Jesus, he says, no, it's our ball. Pulls it away from him.
That is one of going to be the highlights of tonight's game, is that pass by Cumpian. They hand it off to him here on 1st down. Not going to get much. Here's a replay of the previous pass play. Watch this. So they run the play action. Brian Gutierrez comes out to protect his quarterback, gets a good block there, and then Austin lobs it in the air. And watch this right here. It looks like an interception. And then Cumpian, yeah, it's in his hands. And then Cumpian just reaches in there and just, I don't know how to describe it, pulls it away.
He pulled it away. The ball was not dead yet. The ball was live.
Nice play.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Great concentration to know that it's not over yet. And the toss right here.
Pablo Tovar outside the corner. Pablo Tovar inside the 30. And he is tackled inside the 30-yard line. That's probably the biggest play from line of scrimmage for the Mustangs tonight.
They're going to favor that left side. It seems like when you're going left to right, which is what Nixon is now doing, I don't know, the favorable side looks like the left side so far based on what we've seen
for both teams, yeah. They've both been running to the left side. Hernandez scored to the left side, and Brian Benavides scored over here to the left side, and USouth Tovar with a big gain there for the Mustangs. Quick handoff. Back-to-back carries for number 25, Pablo Tovar. Not as successful this time around.
And you can do so much with that offense. I mean, you can do a play action. You can fake the handoff. You can do the option draw. That slot T offense, I like the idea of what Nixon is running. It's an offense that can present so many different options.
Second and 10. Line of scrimmage remains at 29-yard line. Cumpian to the left side. Brian Gutierrez out in front. And Cumpian tackled near the first down marker. Big old 68 trying to clear a path for him. And I think Brian's probably gasping for some air right now, trying to keep up with his running back. Senior captain for the Mustangs, number 68. Wonder what kind of shape he's in. Way to go, Brian. So Austin Garcia coming back to the sideline with the play call. And then the Mustangs, one of the few teams to huddle still. Those just kind of go on up to the line of scrimmage and call the play there.
Really? Other teams? I don't see other teams don't huddle.
Not as much.
I honestly have something that I honestly assumed all football teams had to do before they got to the line of scrimmage. I never noticed if they broke the huddle or not.
We'll start paying attention from now to every game, right? And start taking notes who huddles and who doesn't huddle.
Well, yeah.
And how often they huddle. So first and 10 now for the Mustangs as they drive. They're inside the red zone at the 17-yard line. Helmet comes off, so the play is blown dead. This player will need to exit the field. Big old number 70, David Romagnoli, was the lead blocker on that play. And number 30 has to come out for the Panthers. That is Aldrich Bondock, the senior at linebacker. And that is by rule. So a gain of 1 makes it 2nd and 9. Another quick snap. Hand off to Cumpian. Going to the left. He's outside. Inside the 5 goes Cumpian. It'll be 1st and goal for the Mustangs. And once again, going to that left side. Both teams have had success going to the left side tonight, Luis.
Don't switch it up. Matthew Soto, that's right, on that tackle. So now we're in 4-down territory. Nixon definitely wants to come away with 6 points here and stay toe-to-toe with United South.
On 3rd and goal from the 4. The handoff going to Joseph Ibarra. He's tackled near the 2-yard line.
Ball security, the utmost importance right here. You do not want to turn the ball over deep in your opponent's end zone. Definitely not.
So the Mustangs trying to chip away at the Panther lead. We're at the 6:41 mark of the 2nd quarter. It's going my fast. 2nd and goal. The Mustangs, another handoff. This time it looks like it's to number 25, Pablo Tovar. That'll be a 2-yard TD run for the Mustangs. Their first touchdown of the night.
And they took off a lot of time on that clock, too. 13-9. Absolutely. They can make it a 1-score game with a converted extra point field goal. I like how in the NFL, it's not guaranteed anymore.
Right, they push
the
you back.
extra point, I love that.
Looks like Joe Gonzalez on the field for the Mustangs. The point after touchdown. The snap, the ball is blocked. And
it is blocked.
No good. And with that, we'll take a quick break. The Panthers holding on to a 13-9 lead. It's Friday Football Fever on the CW.
Second consecutive year we've received an award from J.D. Power for auto insurance customer satisfaction. Call 712-3276.
We're back.
MCS at 1505 this week through 10.
Right on. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. We're streaming live at KGNS.TV, and this will be show tape delayed on the CW on a Saturday. If you're watching this, it's Saturday morning. 6:32 to go in the 2nd quarter. The Panthers lead 13-9. The Mustangs gain on the scoreboard, gain a touchdown, I should say, for the first time tonight. And here's Gonzalez with the kickoff. The Panthers on the return from just inside their own 20-yard line.
That's Toby.
showing some of his flash there on that return, being tackled about the 43-yard line.
You were talking about Toby's athletic background.
Yes. His father and his uncle, all his father's brothers, all played at Martin High School. There's a big Cisneros legacy there. And when his father, Toby, was at Martin, he was a running back, and he was the leading rusher in the city.
Okay.
Back then, so had some good genes in him, some good
Definitely
DNA.
good genes, yeah. And he's a track star.
Just became one this past spring, is my understanding. First and 10 for the Panthers. Ball at their own 43-yard line. Efrain Hernandez with a handoff to Brian Benavides, trying to make something happen. Kind of ran into a wall there, Luis.
Big wall. Not fun to run into walls. I like fences.
A gain of 1 on the play by Benavides. Gives the Panthers a 2nd and 9. Line of scrimmage is the 44-yard line.
So we haven't seen them huddle up. That's what I noticed just right now. Okay, so they have that hurry-up style offense definitely in play. And here's a draw right here. Effort keeps it. Gets hit harder than he would like to get hit.
The Panthers losing a couple of yards on the play. This will push the line of scrimmage to the 42-yard line. It'll bring up a 3rd and 11.
Quick third down here. Let's see what they run.
And Luis, so far tonight, every team has scored every time they've had the ball. There's been no punts tonight. The Mustangs have had 2 possessions. They have a field goal and a touchdown. And the Panthers have had 2 possessions, and they have 2 touchdowns.
No one in the backfield here with Efren.
Hernandez going to the air, almost intercepted. It is complete, but just shy of the first down marker. It'll be a 4th and short for the Panthers. And looks like they'll be going for it. Hernandez completes his pass to number 5, Ethan Bocanegra.
4th and 1.
So 2 receivers to either side. Benavides in the backfield. Efrain at the line of scrimmage, barking orders to his O-line.
See if they snap the ball or if he's going to get a hard count. Doesn't look like it initially, trying to get them to draw offsides.
And now there's a timeout being taken by the Panthers. We'll take one with them. 4:39 left in the first half. The Panthers 13, Nixon 9. We'll be right back on the CW. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever, live from the Bill Johnson Student Activity Complex. It's a Thursday night. It's 4:39 left in the first half. The Panthers facing a 4th and 1. They took a timeout to make sure they have the right play call and the right personnel and all that kind of good stuff, Luis.
They do have the lead. There's 4:40 left to go in the first half. They have the win coming behind them. I would say punting is not the worst thing in the world here, but that's not what we're going to see. They're going to go for it. It's 1 yard.
2 receivers to either side, 1 in motion now. Efrain Hernandez gives him the handoff, and coming around the big hole on that outside to the left side once again, and that is number 13 that picks up the first down. Hector Montemayor, the junior receiver for the Panthers.
That was a great play call right there by Jose Tobias, the assistant head coach / offensive coordinator, the jet sweep. A lot of room to run there, the left side. Strong side.
So 1st and 10 for the Panthers. Ball now at the Nixon 36-yard line. As I mentioned earlier, neither team has been stopped tonight. They've all scored on their offensive possessions.
And they got their home fans coming into the stadium. It's getting pretty full now.
And Efrain Hernandez that time under center, a little bit different. The handoff once again, they're going to Brian Benavides, and the result the same. A gain of 9 on the play.
You see little things right there that I saw. He was running the ball he was carrying the football on his right side, immediately switched it over to the left side when the defender was coming. That's not something that you're going to notice, that doesn't jump out at you, but those little habits right there make a good running back.
And protect the ball. 2nd and 1 now for the Panthers. ball at the Nixon 27-yard line. The clock stopped because Benavides went out of bounds. Once again, Hernandez under center. Not something we see all the time. And
Great
this time
tackle
Benavides,
right there.
yeah, hit it
How
the
about
backfield.
that one? That was Alex Castro right there.
Shooting the gap and dropping them for about a 3-yard, making a 2-yard loss as they placed this at the 29-yard line.
You know, none of the linebackers are filling in the gaps on the defensive side of the ball, but right there, Alex Castro was able to make that tackle because he got into the gap. Not sure why Nixon, hey, I'm not the head coach, he knows more than me, right? I'm just here to question a few things.
3rd and 3 for the Panthers. Efrain Hernandez once again under center. O-line reminiscent of the old Dallas Cowboys O-line. Pass is complete to Montemayor once again. Nice juke. Gets inside the 20, so he'll have a 1st and 10 and a little bit more for the Panthers.
Yeah, that sidestep right there, looking like Lamar Jackson, got him 4 or 5 extra yards.
Puts him inside the red zone. Line of scrimmage will be the 19-yard line. The Panthers continue to drive. If you're joining the broadcast, South has 2 touchdowns tonight, 1 missed extra point. Nixon has 1 field goal, a 32-yard field goal in the first quarter, and 1 touchdown on the night, plus a missed extra point. And the Panthers trying to score for the 3rd time tonight. 1st and 10, ball at the 19. Hand off to Benavides, has a big blocker in front of him. Breaks 1 tackle inside the 10, and that's a 19-yard touchdown run for Brian Benavides.
On the right side, I can't believe it, partner. It happened on the right side.
They changed it up. They changed it up.
Well, you know, that was a great misdirection handoff right there. Efrain Hernandez initially looked like he was going to hand it off to his left, but Brian is coming to his right. That might have been just enough to get the linebackers off their toes. With Brian's speed, he was able to get the edge and the corner for a touchdown.
So the Panthers lining up for the point after touchdown. Awaiting the snap. It's a high one. It gets down. The kick is up. It looks a little wide left. It's no good. Wide left. It's no good. The extra point is missed. But we have a flag on the field.
Where's that flag?
So this may be going against Nixon, and the Panthers may have another chance here. And I wonder if they do have the distance to the goal, Luis, will they go for the 2-point conversion instead? Or is this going to be a dead ball foul, and they mark it off on the kickoff? That's, I think, what they're all deliberating down there, trying to get. Well, no, it's going against the Panthers because they're talking to the Mustangs.
Yeah, they're even talking with the players, which you don't usually see.
Well, that might be the captain, Alex Castro, for the defense. Yeah, he's got a C on his jersey.
We have an illegal block. All the way. The penalty is declined. The result of the play.
Right. So what I meant by talking with the players was just, right, they'll get together, the referees amongst themselves, and talk about what the flag was before they actually make an official call. But they were just talking to Alex to...
Joe Koss wants an explanation. He's like, whoa. I like the visual there
very animated,
for Joe
absolutely.
Koss, yeah.
A great demonstration of what he's
It
thinking.
almost looks like the referee's amused by it, too, wanting to smile there. Well, Joe kind of explained, saying there wasn't an illegal block. He did this. It was a technique of some sort. So that's 2 missed extra points on the night by the Panthers. Nixon has 1, so it's 19-9 here with 2:44. And at this juncture, it doesn't look like it'll make a difference. But last week, you mentioned the Martin Alexander game. Last week, those missed extra points made a huge difference in that game.
They can.
There was 3 of them. There was 3 of them, and the Tigers lost by 3.
They always come back. I mean, that's why you like to get field goals if you're thinking about going for it on 4. I mean, you just want to get points. These extra points, they're like free throws for high school kickers. I mean, maybe not as easy.
Short kickoff, fair catch is made by the Mustangs. They'll have a 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line. Looked like number 9 made the fair catch. No, 19, take that, pardon me. Hernando Ruiz.
And the Panthers ate up 2 minutes on that drive.
So the photog that works for UISD here just got hit by the football. I wonder if it hit him or it hit the camera.
Oh boy.
Don't want to damage the equipment. So once again, both offenses have scored on every possession that they've had the ball. Neither defense has been able to stop their opponent. And Nixon with 2:42 left and all 3 timeouts, going to try to get some more points. And as Luis calls this, the hurry-up run offense.
The hurry-up run offense.
So a gain of about 3 on the play will make it 2nd and 7 for the Mustangs. Although the hurry-up run offense doesn't look like they're in too much of a hurry. Line of scrimmage for Nixon is just shy of the 34-yard line. Quick snap, handoff to number 25. Tovan has a big opening in the middle. Look at that. At the 40. Tovan at the 30. Tovan at the 20. Tovan at the 10. Touchdown, Tovan and the Mustangs. A 67-yard touchdown run. There's your hurry-up run offense,
Wow.
Luis.
Untouched is what it looked like, right?
I think he may have been slightly touched at the line of scrimmage, but after he broke through, he was home scot-free.
Basically untouched. Wow, what a run.
So we're waiting the point after touchdown. We may come back with a replay here, but the Panthers have the opportunity to cut the lead to 3. And so after the extra point, we'll show you that replay. Fabulous run by Pablo Tovar. The kick is up. It looks good. It is good.
That took all of 8 seconds.
We have another penalty flag on the field. Let's see if this extra point stands.
Wow, the majority of the flags tonight have
of that run, Luis. And he almost got stopped there. You have to give number 34 some credit for, that's Gael Sanchez, a junior defensive back, for not quitting on the play. But Pablo Tovar,
he's very conscious of his speed. When I was talking to him at the beginning of the year, he was aware that, yeah, he's the fullback, he's a big boy, but his speed is what he really wanted to work on.
They waved off the flag. The extra point is good, so it's 19-16, 156 left here in the first half, but a 16, yes, 19-16, a 67-yard TD run. They had not put up the point yet because they had the flag on the field, and after realizing that they were going to wave off the flag, the extra point counts. And so, like I said, neither defense has stopped their opponent tonight.
No.
It's not a high-scoring affair, but nonetheless, they're scoring at will pretty much.
We started the second quarter, the score was 6-3. I didn't say it, but in my head, I was like, oh, we got an old-fashioned defensive battle here. Not quite. There's still plenty of defense to be played here. And the way the trajectory of the game looks, the way these guys are playing, feeding off of each other, scoring, you guys score, then I score, somebody on the defensive side is going to have to make a stop. I mean, they're going to have to make a play if they want to get that final edge. I mean, they have to. Somebody on the defensive side just has to get a stop.
Joe Gonzalez and the Mustangs prepare to kick off. They've all been short kickoffs tonight. This one back to the 10-yard line. That looks like Toby Cisneros. Toby Cisneros at the 40. Toby Cisneros in Mustang territory. That is Toby Cisneros out at the 20. Tipping to the sideline. Toby Cisneros.
Wow.
They call it a touchdown.
Wow.
That is a 90-yard touchdown run for Toby Cisneros and the Panthers. I was waiting for the officials because that's on the opposite side of the field, Luis, and I didn't know if he had stepped out of bounds, but there's an official right on top of that run, and he called it a TD. A 90-yard touchdown run for Toby Cisneros.
I can't wait to see that replay.
So the offense didn't even need to come out onto the field. Special teams took care of that one.
And whenever your special teams makes a play like that, it just gives you that extra edge to win the game when your special teams can score on their own.
We have a delay of game here. It's going to push the Panthers 5 yards back.
Special teams coaches will not be happy with the flags from both sides.
And once this gets sorted out and we get the point after touchdown up in the air,
Delay game. We don't take 5-yard penalty. Right.
We've seen that flag before, a delay of game.
so once the kick is up, We'll show you that replay once again. A 90-yard kickoff return for Toby Cisneros. Exciting to say the very least. So this will make it a 25-yard field goal attempt now. Not as easy as it looks. The kick is up. This one looks good. And it is good. So the Panthers are now back on top.
Here's that
25 to
replay.
16. So Toby takes it right there at the 10-yard line, making it a 90-yard kickoff return. Slices here, goes diagonal. Look at that, Luis. And then hits the outside and turns down that track speed you talked about.
And it's a foot race there. They could have gotten him. They tried to push him out of bounds. They actually gave him a little bit of a boost right there to finish off the play, falling. Actually, look at that.
Yeah, he falls
Did you see that?
into the end zone. And see, the referee was just out of the camera angle there. You can see the foot
Take
of the
a
referee.
look. Let's see if his knee goes down. Where's the ball?
No, the knee doesn't go down.
Right.
He twists in the air.
Nor his left forearm.
And that was a clear across the field from us. It was difficult to call it a touchdown, but there was an official right behind him, and at the end of that frame, you see the foot of the official at the goal line, and he's the one that called it a touchdown. Of course, he had the perfect angle there. Oh, wow. What an exciting run for Toby Cisneros. We were talking about the speed that he has, and he developed it during the offseason as part of the track program. So it's 26 to 16, a 10-point lead now for the Panthers. And this is probably the deepest kick we've had of the night.
No, he's not going to
And
kneel
they
it
are.
either.
You're saying no, but the Mustangs are saying yes. And they say, well, if Toby can do it, so can we. And here comes
No.
number 12,
No.
Ibarra. Joseph
No.
Ibarra
No.
on the way to the end zone. Back-to-back touchdown kickoff returns. It's the Mustangs doing it now. And this was about a 95-yard return.
You know,
Unbelievable, Luis.
I don't know what to say. He lateraled it. He lateraled that football, and then they went and scored a touchdown.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember the Little Rascals, Luis, but that looked like something the Little Rascals would have
love
ran.
that movie.
Alfalfa and Spanky would have run that play. Where he kind of like lateraled it, but it wasn't really by design. It was kind of like a hot potato. But Joseph Ibarra with a 95-yard TD run. Wow, I'm just at a loss for words. I don't think I've ever seen that. Both teams returning the kickoff on back-to-back possessions for TDs and for long TDs at that. And I just said we hadn't had any deep kickoffs tonight, and here's the deepest kickoff of the night. And watch this. It's like, oh, hot potato. I don't want this. Actually, it's a 98-yard touchdown run here. Look at it.
There's one broken tackle.
Another. A third. And then after that, that's all him. The kicker had an angle there.
Yeah, kicker tried to do what he could. Didn't quite have the foot speed, but there are three.
Well, thank God for the replay, because now we see it's a 98-yard kickoff return for Joseph Ibarra. So the Panthers had a kickoff return for 90 yards. Joseph Ibarra has a kickoff for 98 yards. And we both thought it wasn't going to work. What are you doing? Just take the touchback and come out to the 25-yard line.
I don't know, just by the eye test, it looked like
Yeah,
no,
with
he's
the
not
2-yard
going to
line. He's
kneel
on the
it
2-yard
right. Yeah,
line,
no. But he gives it back, and then they run. And a couple boys on the sidelines definitely deserve an extra Gatorade for those plays right there.
Well, Toby Cisneros is back there already, ready to say, well, I can run another one.
If Toby returns this, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, I wouldn't kick it to him, that's for sure. Here's a kickoff from the Mustangs. That is Gonzalez. And it'll be a short one away from Toby Cisneros.
Maybe they lateral it to Toby. No, not quite.
Looks like number 13 was on the return for the Panthers, Hector Montemayor.
Well, we were talking about how this special team, any team that has their special teams make a play, percentage-wise, they just seem to come out on top. But that was before the back-to-back. So now what? What kind of logic and reasoning do we go about now?
I got tired just watching them run. I'm trying to catch my breath. 1st and 10 here, 1:13 left in the first half. The Panthers from their own 40-yard line, trips down to the bottom, 2 receivers to the top, empty backfield. And Hernandez looks to the sideline to get the play call. 3 seconds on the play clock, and they're going to the air. He's got the wind at his back. Complete to Brian Benavidez, had a little seam. Instead, goes out of bounds.
So yeah, now we're inside, definitely inside the 2-minute drill. Let's see how Efrain Hernandez in his first game back handles this quick offense to get some points right before the half.
65 seconds left. It'll be 2nd and 1. Ball at the Panther 49-yard line. 3 receivers to the top, closest to the Nixon sideline, 2 at the bottom. Efrain Hernandez, a quarterback, looking to the sideline, gets the play call, has plenty of time on the play clock.
2 timeouts left. They have all the time in the world.
Now Efrain doing some kind of hand signal to his receivers. He must see something on that defense. The snap, 3-step drop, looking downfield, has a receiver
got a
open,
man.
going deep. That
Wide
is
open.
Toby Cisneros.
Toby, what are you doing?
You can hear the crowd reaction to the drop ball. That was 6. I had 6 written all over it, Luis.
I think he already thought he had it, right?
I'm not sure what happened. It could have been that he was looking directly into the lights here at the sack. Maybe been blinded by the light.
Or too tired from that run, I don't know. Oh man, that was a huge play.
3rd and 1 now for the Panthers. Clock stops with the incomplete pass. Ball remains at the 49-yard line of South. Once again, an empty backfield. Efrain Hernandez sends a man in motion. That is Benavides. Little jet sweep, has a seam once again. Will pick up the first down and out of bounds inside the 40-yard line.
And he gets out of bounds, exactly.
Yeah, he gets down to the 38-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Panthers.
This is the first district game, and it has not disappointed. Been a seesaw battle, Luis. Almost like a heavyweight bout going all 12 rounds. Just when you think one has knocked the other one out, the other one gets back up and strikes their opponent. 1st and 10 from the 38. 51 seconds left here in the 2nd quarter. Once again, Efrain dropping back, has a receiver deep, double coverage. And that is complete and a touchdown, a 30-yard touchdown pass from Efrain Hernandez to number 14 of the Panthers, Sebastian Reina, the first time we call his name, but there is a penalty flag right there where he caught it. May have been a...
That was definitely a pass interference on Nixon. That play's gonna stand. Receiver got caught with a linebacker matchup. As he was making his cut up the field, that's when he got penalized, and the referee was all over that. Both players were aware.
You know what I did? We haven't made reference to this anymore since the 1st quarter, but the ROTC from South, I think they're winded now. After every score, they're running up and down the track here with 3 flags. There's an American flag, a Marine Corps flag, and the South Panther flag. And I don't think they expected to be running this much tonight, but they're at the end here, they're kind of like, oh, I'm walking the rest. I'm not running the
Great
rest.
problem to be tired from all the scoring.
Timeout on the field. We'll take one with them. The Panthers lead 32-23. You're watching Friday Football Fever on the CW.
As your child experienced a visit with a
Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. The Panthers just scored a touchdown, a 38-yard touchdown pass to someone who had not called tonight, Sebastian Reina, number 14. The Panthers now, we're going to go for 2. They call the timeout, and we'll see what they come out with, Luis. And it still looks like they're going to go for the 2-point conversion. Make this an 11-point lead. So the Panthers gambling here at the end of the first half.
Forcing Nixon to have to score 2 touchdowns. A touchdown and a field goal would not do it.
Benavides in the backfield with Efrain on this quick snap, play action pass. It's thrown into double coverage. It's no good. It was intended for number 40 of the Panthers, Juan Ramirez. think they were trying to catch the Nixon defense off guard there, and quite didn't work there.
Not quite. So they have 43 seconds left to go in the first half. They have all 3 timeouts, Nixon does. Partner, I want to swing it back to you. Do you think that Nixon should try to score on this drive?
Yes, yes. They haven't been stopped. Neither defense has stopped their opponent tonight. I can't emphasize that enough. The offenses have all scored on every possession, and then each special team, the special team on each side has also scored. So, if I were Nixon, I'd be going for it. Why not?
Absolutely.
It took them 8 seconds last score. They had that big run by Pablo Tovar. Pablo Tovar rambled off a 67-yard touchdown run. Took all of 8 seconds to do that. So yes, to answer your question, I would definitely be trying to get back into the end zone. I would not kneel it.
No, you definitely don't want to kneel
I have
it.
3 timeouts, and I would utilize them all and try to get some kind of score, whether it be a field goal, although it's challenging because you're going into the wind. But I'd really be going for that TD. Panthers kicking off. This time it's a short one.
It's like a fair catch signal, yeah. 25 yards to go. No, 75 yards to go. 25-yard line. Well, stamina, I foresee, is going to be a big issue for somebody later on in this game.
Everyone's going to get rehydrated.
Talking about
in the
these
locker room.
long stretches, absolutely. But we know what the teams are going to be doing in the second half. Whoever's less tired, whoever's got more in the tank.
Well, and usually with fatigue comes mistakes. You sort of have the mental breakdowns.
Now they're in the shotgun.
So the Mustangs showing pass, and they are going to the air. So, Luis, does that answer your question? Although Austin Garcia is going to be sacked by number 33. You talked about him in the pregame. That being none other than William Noble. He gets the sack for the Panthers.
Nixon not calling timeout.
Noble comes off the field after that play.
Yeah, looks like Nixon might be satisfied just going into the half like this.
And that'll conclude our first half of play. So at the half, it's United South 32, Nixon Mustangs 23. We'll take a real quick break. You're watching Friday Football Fever on the CW. Welcome to Friday Football Fever. I'm Goyo Lopez, Luis Barrio. What a fantastic first half we've had. If you like offense and you like scoring, this is your type of game, Luis.
What's the score? 32-23 in the first half. Are we going to get that in the second half?
I don't know. By the looks of it, it sure will be that way. I kept saying it over and over. I know I've mentioned it many times, but neither defense has been able to stop the opponent's offense. Here's some highlights from the first half. We have plenty of scores here. This is the first score of the night. The quarterback making his comeback after an early season injury. Efrain Hernandez fakes the handoff, and then to the left side, only has one tackler to beat there. And he gets on in. That would be the first score for the night. Efrain Hernandez with about a 27-yard run. And then the South Panthers would score again in the second quarter. With 11:54 in the second quarter, an easy, we called it a scamper, a light-hearted run for Brian Benavides, once again off the left side, Luis.
Didn't break a sweat on that one.
Then the Mustangs, watch this pass play. This has to be on your Friday Football Fever reel. We thought it was an interception by the Panthers because, look, he goes up, he grabs it, but then Cumpian, number 24 of the Mustangs, wrestles the ball away. And the officials say the pass is complete to Nixon. One of the best highlights of the night.
Oh, that was a little underthrown. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Jesus Cumpian got it back.
Yep, the Panther faithful thought they had an INT on that play, and everyone was confused, to say the least. Now, the Mustangs finally get in the end zone. This is the second quarter. 6:32 left in the first half. The handoff to Pablo Tovar, their big back, and he makes it look easy. A 2-yard TD run there for the Mustangs. That was our first touchdown of the night.
That was one of his short distance runs, huh?
And I would say, and it wouldn't be their last either. The Panthers come right back with 2:45 left in the second quarter. Who else but number 22, Brian Benavides. But this time they go to the right side, Luis, after we've been talking about how everyone was running to the left. Brian goes to the right. The Panthers missed the extra point on that one, making the score about 20-9 at that point. The Mustangs had a 32-yard field goal earlier in the game. Now here comes that big play you were talking about.
Long run, right?
Watch this. Pablo Tovar breaks through the line of scrimmage, and then he is home free.
Got lost in the pile there for a little bit, but only for a quick second so that he could find the gap. He found the gap. It was a foot race after that. Tried to strip it last second.
67-yard TD with 1:56 left in the second quarter. And then we think, well, you know, this is pretty much it for the first half. But no, Toby Cisneros, the speedster, takes this from his own 10-yard line against all advice, defies conventional wisdom, and there he goes diagonal, breaks that last tackle, and he turns on the Jets.
You know, the coverage, I mean, they kind of overplayed that spot heavily. Nobody missed a tackle. He was just able to sideswipe and get to the side of the field with more daylight, with more green.
And kept his balance right there at the end to get in the end zone. And so we're pretty much out of breath after watching that play. And then we see this next one, and we say, oh, no, what are the Mustangs doing? They're lateraling the ball like a hot potato. Here, you take it. No, you take it. I don't want it. And so from the 2-yard line, Joseph Ibarra takes it. We said it was reminiscent of the Little Rascals. And watch Joseph Ibarra breaks a tackle, then another.
How does Chris Berman do it?
And then a third. Well, I'm not as good as Chris Berman.
I'm not going to try that,
yeah,
no.
I won't go there. But I tell you what, that Mustang is galloping down the sideline, and that goes down as a 98-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for Ibarra and the Mustangs. And there was only a few seconds left, but still enough for the Panthers to do something. Efrain Hernandez going to the air. We got a ground level view of this. Beautiful toss, nice arc into double coverage, and it's a TD for the Panthers.
Double coverage.
The first catch for Sebastian Reina, or Sebastian, however he pronounces it. I go with the Spanish pronunciation usually.
Let's do that.
So Sebastian Reina, his first and only catch of the night is a touchdown. Not bad.
Not bad at all. I can't wait. Well, I wish I could be a fly in the wall and see what the coaches are going to give their message to the players at halftime, right? I mean, what would, if you were the head coach?
If I'm the head coach from either team, I was saying, hey, offense, keep it up. Special teams, keep it up. Defense, we need to stop the opponent. We need to get a conversion here, like 3 and out, and get them to punt at least once.
Yeah, we got to have some punts. We need to have some 3 and outs. I think the defenses definitely need to not let the offense dictate this game, as we got a fan right here behind us showing his enthusiasm. Absolutely. Somebody on defense has to make a play. We're just going to keep going back and forth.
And we'll find out soon enough. You're watching Friday Football Fever. We're live at streaming at KGNS.TV. And, of course, tape delay on the CW. If you're watching this on the CW, it is a Saturday, and we hope you're enjoying the most of your day. With that, we'll be right back for the second half after these messages on the CW.
remarks, Mr. McGinnis. Special thanks to the Band Pilots Booster Club and Mighty Mustangs forever in gold. The Mustang Band would like to wish the USouth Mighty Panther Band their upcoming contest. Thank you for being such a kind and attentive audience. Until next time, go fight Mustang!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to United South High School's 30th anniversary halftime celebration. On behalf of Principal Adriana Ramirez, we would like to welcome our honored guests, faculty, alumni, and community. We begin tonight's celebration with the United South Panther Outdoor Performance Ensemble, Laredo's Pride of the South. 2016 USouth Area G State Marching Band alternate three-time Area G Marching Band finalist, winner of 13 consecutive USouth Band First Division in marching and 10 consecutive United South Outdoor Performance Ensemble is led by drum majors Eric Morales, Karen Orozco, and David Flores. Our captain is Catherine Vela, co-captain Jonathan Gallegos, represents Valerie Gonzalez, Olivia Orozco, and Nadia Martino. Tonight, the USouth Outdoor Performance Ensemble is proud to take the field with the United South Middle School Leopard Band, the Antonio Gonzalez Middle School Tuma Band, and the Raul Perales Middle School Oiler Band in a special presentation commemorating our 30th anniversary. Sit back and enjoy a musical tribute to the era. And now, the Beatle classic, Love Me Do. Continue with the Rolling Stones rock hit, Paint Black. coach, Joe Cos, his coaching staff and football team are honored to recognize players and coaches from our first Panther football team the school year, 1990 to 1991. Head football coach was Agustin Augie Ballesteros. His coaching staff included Juan Botello, Alfredo Espinosa, Danny Martinez, Albert Ibarra, Hector Garcia, Juan Salazar, Casey Garza, and Gene Ovalle. I would like to direct your attention to the north side of our field, over by the field house, where our very first principal from USouth High School is visiting today. Please help us in honoring Mr. Eduardo Perales, first principal of USouth High School. The Panther football team, number 5, Luis Morales. Number 9, Juan Gonzalez. Number 10, Eloy Morales. Number 11, Jose Luis Castillo. Number 18, Gilbert Parra. Number 35, Marco Salazar. Number 33, Jose Campos. Number 37, Arbel Cuellar. Number 42, Ben Banda. Number 44, Marco Garcia. Number 53, Tony Villarreal. Number 55, Jose Onofre. Number 73, Adolfo Adame. Number 78, Sergio Leija. Number 79, Juan Garcia. Number 81, Jose Hernandez. Number 93, Jesus Vasquez. Number 64, Raúl Carrillo. Number 40, Adrian Torres. And posthumously, number 54, Jose Ramos. May he rest in peace. Folks, let's hear it for the tradition that is USouth, the first football team from 30 years ago. A big round of applause. Tradition began on that very first day when the school opened its doors with Principal Mr. Eduardo Perales. Today we continue the tradition of excellence in education with Principal Adriana Ramirez, who is the daughter of our first principal, Mr. Eduardo Perales. The Panthers' mighty roar has established a Southside tradition of excellence, unity, and pride. Stand up and hear us roar. Let's have everybody up on your feet for our wonderful fight song.
Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. Goyo Lopez, Luis Barrio. We're concluding the halftime performance of both bands, dance drills. And you know what? South was celebrating the 30th anniversary of the opening of their school. So they had alumni here tonight at halftime, and a lot of them former coaches and former players that took to the sideline there, Luis. It's nice to see a lot of those old familiar faces.
A lot of familiar faces to a lot of people here, right?
Sure was. One of them was Ben Bondoc wearing his old jersey. I was shocked that the jersey still fits. Ben works with the UISD Police Department. He's one of the canine handlers there, so a big shout out to Ben Bondoc on the sideline. Also, what people may have been surprised to see is the current president of the Laredo ISD School Board on the sideline because he got his coaching start at United South. That was Hector Tito Garcia. Also, among many other members of alumni that were out there on the sideline enjoying the halftime show. They were all introduced, and the crowd gave them a big thunderous ovation, that kind of stuff.
So it's a momentous occasion for United South, right? 30th anniversary. Maybe we've seen some things that you don't normally see in football games.
Right.
Like back-to-back kickoff returns.
So if you're just joining the broadcast.
Also, the JROTC being flagged down, if we're talking about things we hadn't seen yet, right? That was one thing that started off at the beginning of the game.
Right after the first score that South had in the first quarter, the first touchdown of the game, we had members of the South Marine Corps, JROTC, get on the field and run the length of the field with 3 flags, much to the shock of the referee and to the South sideline. They were flagged for that. And then, as Luis alluded to, we had 2 kickoff returns for a touchdown, a 90-yard kickoff return by Toby Cisneros for the Panthers, and then on the very next play, the kickoff to the Mustangs, a 98-yard kickoff return by Joseph Ibarra of the Mustangs. And here we are ready to start the third quarter. The numbers are inverted. South 32, Nixon 23, and Nixon will receive the ball here with the wind at their back. Fair catch is being made. Guess we won't see a kickoff return for a TD on that one, Luis.
So what will we see in the second half? I'm interested to see what these two teams bring. I want to see what the message was from the coaches, and I want to see on this first drive if we're going to see the Nixon that we saw in the first half or something else, vice versa.
Pointing out once again, a point of emphasis we made in the first half is that neither offense was stopped in the first half. They scored on every single possession. And so I mentioned to Luis, I thought it was the defensive coordinators who were going to be making big pep talks to their defense to get a stop here. On first down, the handoff. Looks like that is Cumpian with the carry, and the Panther defense responding well on first down.
Now, team tackle right there. Immediately crowding the ball as soon as it's caught. You like to see that from your defense. Not falling behind, not reacting to the play, but already on the spot when he catches the football.
No gain on the play, so line of scrimmage remains the 26-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 10 for Nixon. Austin Garcia takes the snap. Another handoff. This time a big hole for 24, Jesus Cumpian, and he picks up the first down for the green and gold.
That was a great blocking scheme right there, and you can see Brian Gutierrez and company arguing with the officials right there, maybe making a case that there should have been a penalty, but that was a wide open gap. Even I could have run through that one, and I'm not very fast.
Well, I'm not sure if Brian is talking about a hold or maybe some kind of illegal hit that he may have been the recipient of, as he's kind of hobbling back to the huddle. The Mustangs are the 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line. Inside handoff to Pablo Tovar, who had a 67-yard touchdown run in the first half. And here comes another one for Tovar. This will go down as a 62-yard touchdown run for Pablo Tovar. His second TD of the night. His 3rd TD of the night. The second long TD run of the night for Pablo Tovar.
And that was an incredible misdirection on that play. I think not only was, the entire United South defense was thrown off on that play, but big number 67 for United South made the tackle in the backfield. He thought he'd wrapped up the ball carrier, but by that time, he was already 10 yards away from the end zone for that score.
So Nixon has scored on 3 big runs tonight. The point after touchdown is no good. It was deflected at the line of scrimmage by the Panthers. So 10:56 left to go in the third quarter. It's the Panthers 32, Nixon 29. We'll be right back with more of Friday Football Fever on the CW.
south sideline.
Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. The Mustangs take the opening kickoff to start the third quarter, and we get a 62-yard touchdown run from Pablo Tovar. So here we are at the 10:56 mark, and the Mustangs kicking off for the first time here in the second half. Cut the lead of 4. We'll see the Panthers on offense for the first time.
Squib kick gets into Cisneros' hands.
Toby Cisneros, who had a 90-yard kickoff return in the first half for a touchdown, gets stopped here at the 35-yard line. Still not bad field of
Forward progress gets it to the 35-yard line. They're going to be operating from the right hash mark.
Well, Luis, we were wondering what the defenses would do here in the second half. So the Panthers gave up that 62-yard TD run. What will the Nixon defense do here with the Panthers' first possession on offense?
And we can feel the wind right here. Her partner howling, getting a lot stronger.
It's that sea breeze. Heat wave summoned it. Play action pass. It goes to Toby Cisneros. He jukes one defender and then goes out of bounds, and then a late hit, or a late swat, I should say. Maybe not so much a hit as it was a swat with a hand.
And he actually raised his hand like, yeah, I got it. Foul's on me, guys. Like, it's basketball, but no penalty.
No penalty.
I guess it's honest. I don't know.
Gain of 7 will make it 2nd and 3 for the Panthers. Ball at the 42-yard line.
Something about Toby Cisneros. When he catches the ball, you better watch out for that yards after catch. He's got shifty feet, good footwork. He's able to juke the defenders and get an extra 3 yards.
Play action pass. It's going to Cisneros. It's complete. He dropped one in the first half, but not right now. And he'll be tackled at about the 10-yard line. A touchdown saving tackle by the Mustangs. So what looked like was going to be a 58-yard touchdown pass turns into about a 50-yard gain. It'll be 1st and goal for the Panthers.
And he beat his defender right off of the line of scrimmage there because he was open as soon as he started running, and Efren was able to glide it in very nicely. In the wind.
Yeah, into the wind, right. So 1st and goal for South. Both offenses scoring at will, and there goes Brian Benavides, makes it look easy. 7-yard TD run for Brian Benavides and the Panthers. 9:57 to go.
And Hernandez held on to that ball as long as he could on that handoff before he actually made the choice to give it to Brian, just to kind of make sure that the linebacker is looking at him so that Brian can have a clear path to the end zone.
On for the point after touchdown is number 45 of the Panthers. He struggled tonight. That is Christian Gonzalez. Both kickers have struggled tonight. That's up into the air. It's straight enough, and it is good. So the Panthers now stretch their lead.
Take a look at Efren Hernandez right here. He's going to hang on to the ball as long as he can before he makes a decision to give it to Brian. Now, Efren does, on this play, Efren does have the choice to either keep the ball or...
We're having technical difficulties with the replay, but the Panthers, on that score by Brian Benavides, stretches the lead to 10 at the 9:57 mark here in the third quarter. Luis was all excited. He was about to do the
I was about to get my marker and diagram, but then I forgot that a permanent marker would not work on that, so no, definitely not that. A little screen grab, though. But I don't think we're going to have much defense played. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a shootout.
Yeah, the score is 39-29 with 9:57 left here in the third quarter.
So what do we have last week? It was 52-48.
Oh, a total of 100 points last week.
100 points, right?
We're getting close. It looks like we're in a pattern here. We might equal that from last week.
We're at 68 points right now. All we need is 32 more. Are we going to get 32 more combined points between these two teams?
I think so.
That doesn't sound so far-fetched.
The way things are going tonight. This will be returned by the Mustangs. And the kick coverage teams look like they're doing better after those big TD runs by Cisneros and Ibarra. So the Mustangs will have a 1st and 10. The wind at their back. Mustangs have scored on 3 long runs. A kick return by Joseph Ibarra for 98 yards. And then Pablo Tovar has a 67-yard TD run and a 62-yard TD run.
And who's not in this game right now for the United South defense is William Noble, as we got a big run coming up right here down the sideline.
That's Joseph Ibarra.
One play.
76 yards in a handful of seconds.
I didn't even have time to make a point or explain anything. I mean, okay, let's get the scoring going.
Yep. Neither defense is stopping their opponent tonight.
Huh.
76-yard TD run. Have it so fast we couldn't describe it.
Yeah, what just happened?
Now we really need to see the replay. So Joseph Ibarra, a 76-yard TD run on first down for the Mustangs. It looks like they're going to go for a 2-point conversion here, Luis.
I mean, let's do it.
Now a timeout's being taken by the Mustangs. 9:37 left in the third quarter. We'll be right back for the extra point. You're watching Friday Football Fever on the CW. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever on first down. And just like that, untouched goes Joseph Ibarra, 76 yards. He's had 2 big runs tonight. A kickoff return for 98, and then that 76-yard gallop for a TD for the Mustangs, Luis.
Oh, Ryan's not going to be short of any highlights on KGNS News at 10 o'clock, that's for sure.
The challenge is going to be to pick highlights.
Yeah.
There's so many of them to choose from. Which are the ones he's going to select for Friday Football Fever?
Which ones would you pick, Goyo? Which plays have stood out to you?
Well, definitely the kickoff returns and the runs by Tovar and Joseph Ibarra. Here, this is a 2-point conversion. They give it to Ibarra. He's going to be stopped just short. There's no indication for... Oh, they say it's good.
Wow.
I thought he had been stopped short. The officials took a while. The linesman finally runs in and says a 2-point conversion is good. And now we have a late penalty
And
flag.
a penalty from that same official.
It looks like it'll be a dead ball and unsportsmanlike conduct. Well, you're asking which highlights, and then the catch by Kumpian is also a fantastic, where he wrestles the ball away from the defender.
Jesus Kumpian.
And then Chubby Cisneros' kickoff return. There's just quite a few players.
Yeah,
There's so many to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're all on offense and special teams. There hasn't been a big defensive play so far tonight.
Who's going to make that play?
So the unsportsmanlike penalty is assessed to the Panthers. They're going to mark it off at the kickoff. Can we see an onside kick then, Luis? Because they're going to kick this off from the south 45-yard line.
An onside kick.
Look where they're spotting the ball. So you're already in Panther territory.
Yeah, I definitely think that the predictability is there. We know what these teams are going to bring, and it works. I mean, maybe you don't have to change anything up. Maybe just keep doing what you're doing, especially if you're United South. You have the lead. You just got to keep scoring and stop them. An onside kick here, though. Oh, we've seen other things in this game happen. We can see this.
Well, the Panthers are lined up in anticipation of an onside kick. They have 8 close to receive it, 10 yards away from the ball. Mustangs showing a regular kickoff, but their defense hasn't stopped the Panthers tonight, so why not go for the onside kick and take a gamble here? And there it goes.
Well, he got it to bounce, and it bounced off a South player, but he gets it.
And he's dropped at the 15-yard line, so...
Good special teams coverage. Look at them down at the 15-yard line.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, partner.
I was going to say Juan Martinez trying to return the kickoff for the Panthers. He's one that gets dropped at the 16-yard line where they mark it. So was it a true onside kick or just a little kick squib?
I think that was just a squibbly little get the ball down the field kick. The left side, of course.
Put it into play. So the Panthers now, 1st and 10 from their own 16-yard line. 3 receivers at the top of your screen, 1 down by the Panthers sideline. Brian Benavides in the backfield with Efrain Hernandez. The handoff goes to him. And Brian gets it out to the 22-yard line. This will be a game, make it the 23. Well, no, I walks back to the 22. They confuse me sometimes.
Brian Benavides sends a message every time he gets the ball that he's going to lower his head and that if you're going to tackle him, you're going to probably think twice how hard or if you want to even get in front of it. But he does lay the leather on those defenders, especially on that play.
2nd and 4 after the 6-yard gain by Benavides. 7 seconds on the play clock. Hernandez takes the snap. Handing off once again to Benavides. A big hole to the left. This time, though, he'll be pushed out of bounds by Ricky Navarro.
Coach Villalone, he's going to have one specific player just X out Brian Benavides, telling him, hey, your only job is to keep your eye on Brian wherever he goes. You're going to be that linebacker. He's like a flex player. I mean, if this were the pro league, right, Bill Belichick would be trying to take away Brian Benavides from the Panthers. He's always going to take away the best player. Right now it's been Brian for United South.
And Benavides gets the back-to-back call. Yeah, neither defense has been able to neutralize the Stars on offense. Everyone pretty much running at will here tonight, Luis. I think the defensive coordinators on both sides for both teams having a few gray hairs sprouting tonight.
Even though these offenses are scoring, they have their work cut. I mean, they are not out of the woods. Defensive coordinators by any stretch. They got to come up with something.
On 2nd down, Benavides makes something out of nothing, and like you said, lowers that left shoulder out of bounds near the 40. Enough for a 1st down.
That was Alex Castro that he was stiff-arming. Solid tackler, Alex Castro.
So 8:32 left in the 3rd. The Panthers lead by 2, 39-37 after the Mustangs convert on the 2-point attempt. The Panthers taking their time, looking over the defense, getting the right play call. 2 running backs now next to Hernandez. Brian Benavides off the right side. He'll pick up about 6 off the play.
You know what I like about this United South team? Well, what I like about what they've been through is their non-district schedule. I mean, 3 of the 4 teams that they had played leading up to this game were from San Antonio. San Antonio Wagner, ranked number 8 by Dave Campbell's magazine. That's the first team they played. And they were definitely happy to come out of that non-district stretch with a win. They had something to show for it. Obviously, they'd like to win them all, but considering who you're playing, as Efren keeps the ball, gets out to around the 25-yard line. These are some of the teams that they were playing. I mean, they're playing San Antonio Wagner. They're playing, well, where's my notes here? San Antonio Southwest. Harlan. No, they're good teams. So they're battle-tested, no doubt about that. We're not saying that it gets easier in district, right? But
1st and 10 for the Panthers. Ball at the Nixon 25-yard line. Halfway through the 3rd quarter. Hernandez doing that read option once again. You talk about how he leaves the ball in the belly of Brian Benavides and takes his time reading. That time it wasn't Benavides that was in the backfield. It was number 23, Matthew Aguirre. But the quarterback, what's he doing, Luis, when he has that ball in the belly of the running back? It takes a while for him to pull it out or decide.
Yeah, so
what to
he's
do.
going to read the linebacker, and the linebacker has to decide, well, who's the bigger threat, right? I mean, it's based off of how you've been running the ball so far. If you're going heavy to Brian, every once in a while you'll keep it for yourself because the defense does expect that you're going to keep it. Right now, the defense, they expect that it's going to go to Brian, but Efren has them kind of guessing. He can go for positive yards, too.
2nd and 7. The play is blown dead. It looks like a timeout will be taken by South. 7:37 left in the third quarter. We'll take one with them. You're watching Friday Football Fever on the CW. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. We're live from the Bill Johnson Student Activity Complex. 7:37 left in the third quarter. Nixon down by 2. The Panthers trying to get back on the scoreboard. 2nd and 7, and they decided to take a timeout here in the third quarter. Luis, are you surprised that they took a timeout so early in the second half?
Well, yeah, I'm interested to see what comes after the timeout. Let's see what this play call here is by head coach Joe Koss. Coming out of a timeout, just like in basketball, you're drawing something up. You call timeout for a reason.
Well, Hernandez, a quarterback under center, which is something we don't normally see. From the 22-yard line, the handoff goes to number 22. Brian Benavides unable to shake the tackler, gains 2 on the play. It'll make it 3rd and 5 from the 20.
Just a traditional misdirection handoff. Some positive yards. I think that was Castro that got the tackle, right? No penalties on the play.
So the Panthers line up 3 wide right, 1 receiver at the top of the screen. Benavides in the backfield with Efrain Hernandez. And Hernandez rolls to his right. Looked like he was going to pass. Tucks and runs, lowers his shoulder, and is going to be stopped right around the 12-yard line. It'll be enough for the chains to move, and the Panthers keep the drive alive, Luis.
With 6:48 and counting, looks like the ball's gonna. It looks like he went out of bounds momentarily. No, contact was made inside, so the clock will keep running.
It stops for the chain for them to set the ball and set the chains, and Whitecap winds his arm, and the clock starts again. Now we had some movement. Everyone was moving. Defensive linemen were moving. Receivers were moving.
Who was that? Offense? Defense? Looks like he got the Nixon guys to jump, but did one of his guys flinch? One of the linemen was like, what? He was raising his hand. It wasn't us, it was the receivers.
Yeah. Usually the linemen are called for the false start. So the line of scrimmage is pushed back to the 16-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal. Actually, it's a 1st and 15. They have a chance to make a 1st yard. Pardon me. Getting corrected there. That's the 19-yard line. I'm all full of errors. The fatigue is setting in on me tonight. And now this play is blown dead as well.
Not sure why.
Well, it should have been a 5-yard penalty, and they pushed it all the way back to the 19-yard line. That's why. It should have been, yeah, my math was right earlier. It should have been at the 16. I don't know why they put it at the 19.
Hey, partner, you were right all along.
Yeah, I feel
it's not stamina.
vindicated.
No stamina issues up here.
Yeah, feel vindicated.
You're all right, partner.
I was right. So the line of scrimmage is the 16. First down markers at about the 2-yard line, the 1-yard line. So it's first and 15 from the 16. How's that for you? Some alliteration there.
Love it. They can get a first down, right?
They can.
1-yard line.
Hernandez once again with that read, hands it off to Benavides. Nice block on the outside.
Brian.
Benavides
Wow.
to the end zone. But the one that sprung him was a block. I don't know if that was number 3 or number 1, Luis. I don't know if that was Toby or his teammate, number 3, Juan Martinez. But it was one of those receivers out there turned around and got a key block that allowed Brian to get into the end zone. You'll see it right there.
Yeah, that looked like number 3. Yeah, just a little chip, nothing aggressive. You just got to chip him a little bit, just get him out of the way for Brian to cut in again for the score.
So we await the point after touchdown. 11 seconds on the play clock. They're kicking into the wind. Both teams have struggled with the point after touchdown tonight. And once again, this extra point is missed.
1-score game.
Yes. So here's the replay. We'll get to see that block that I was telling you about at the top. And there it is. Like you said, little chip is what you called it, Luis, and that is number 3, Juan Martinez. And, you know, in basketball, you get an assist. You know, unfortunately, that stat doesn't exist in football, but that would have been an assist right there. But without that block, Brian Benavides would not have gotten into the end zone.
Thankless job blocking. But you get credit for pancakes. Offensive linemen can get that.
I wouldn't mind. You know, National Pancake Day is right around the corner. I wouldn't mind having a few pancakes. I think it's this weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
If I had a smartphone, I'd look it up, but I don't, so I can't. But I did see in one of the news sites that I visited where you can find free pancakes on National Pancake Day.
Just drowning it in syrup all day.
And butter.
Butter, drown it in syrup. Coffee. Wait a minute, we're getting off hand here.
So you said it's a 1-score game now, 45-37. So the Mustangs tied the game with a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. That's what
Yeah, it's always been 9 to 10 points is what the difference is, right? Not quite within that 1-score range, which is what these teams, each of them, at least from Nixon's perspective, wants to do to keep the ball, to keep the game manageable.
The Mustangs fumbling the kickoff. So they get stopped at 26-yard line, which would have been where the touchback would have come out to, basically.
Yeah, so they're up 8 points. Is United South. Nixon, should they go down the field, they can tie it up, and then it becomes a completely different ballgame. Nobody's been able to keep the momentum on their side. They're able to provide it, but they're not able to keep it.
Officials timeout on the field. I don't know what they're discussing. The linesmen, the field judge, Joe Coss are all coming out to talk about something.
Nothing is more important than the officials making sure that they're straight, that they're right, that everything on the field is set before play begins. Because
I don't know who they're pointing at or who they're talking to, but
yeah, I'm not sure. Coach Coss was doing that Florida State thing down over here. I'm not sure where.
Are they talking about our photog Rick? That's what they look like they're walking to, but he's not doing anything he shouldn't be doing. No, they're going beyond Rick. It's somebody else.
You're all right, Rick.
In front of an ambulance, there's a car with lights on.
Oh. There you go.
Blinding the players. Interesting story.
A car with the lights on in front of the ambulance, blinding the players. And UISD police just pulled up to tell them to shut off their lights.
I remember we're doing a high school baseball game, and I'm going live for the 10 o'clock show. This is at the Tecolotes field. I need a light because it's dark, right? Good lighting for your live shots. And but I was on the third base foul line. The umpire, the home plate umpire, noticed it. He stopped everything. He said, hey, turn your light off. I had to move before my live shot. You still have got to do this in a quick amount of time, right? So the officials, good that they do that. You got to make sure everything is straight before you begin play. No matter matter what it is. If it's just going across the field, telling someone to turn their lights off, that's what a good official would do.
So on first down, that was Pablo Tovar with a carry, a 4-yard gain. Places the line of scrimmage at the 31-yard line. This is a 2nd and 6 now for the Mustangs. That time it was Joseph Ibarra.
Just a very casual handoff. I mean, he's just going back there, and it's like he's got his options and just casually giving the ball.
The word I think I would use is nonchalant.
Nonchalantly.
3rd and 5 for Nixon after that carry by Ibarra. 1-yard gain, places the ball at the 32-yard line. Another handoff to Ibarra, this time off the right side, lowers that left shoulder, clears one tackler, and then gets thrown out of bounds at the first down marker. Should be 1st and 10 for the Mustangs.
Yeah, I mean, when you see Nixon, they're not going to throw you any fancy offensive sets. I mean,
no razzle-dazzle?
No razzle-dazzle. They're going to do what they do. They're going to keep everybody in the box, and it's going to go to 1 or 3 guys in that backfield. And it works for them. You know, it works for them. They're able to run the ball. You can't stop it. We're just going to keep doing it. Because, you know, when you keep handing the ball off and the defensive guys keep pounding each other like that, just the wear and tear as we get late into the 4th quarter shows up.
We're 4.5 minutes away from that 4th quarter.
Yeah, I mean, these running backs, they, you know, yes, they're running and they're getting repetition, but they're going to keep running. They can keep going and going as long as they have a little bit of daylight. I mean, they're not going to get tired, especially with their rotation.
5-yard gain by Tovar makes it 2nd and 5. He gets back-to-back carries, breaks the tackle, once again picks up the first down with about an 8-yard gain. He's tackled at midfield.
Yeah, I mean, at the line of scrimmage, he just had to stop for a little bit, get his feet right, and then he was able to get upfield for 6 yards. Just simple. It's just simple and it works. And it
would you say
eats up the clock.
Execution and technique are key? Having the right technique, especially when it comes to the O-line?
Oh, especially. Technique, I mean, getting in the right spot, getting your assignment. Because look at that. I mean, he had like 4 yards before anybody was even around him. Just a lot of space to maneuver.
6-yard gain for Joseph Ibarra. It'll be 2nd and 4 for Nixon.
Yeah, we got to give Coach Villalona a lot of credit for that. Brian Gutierrez is the only center on that offensive line. He's on the right guard side, so he is definitely the leader of that offensive line, sending calls, communicating, and another run, another wide open run.
Kumpian, for the first time on this drive, gets the call, and he picks up a nice chunk of yardage. The chains will move. The clock will stop momentarily. Ball will be placed at the 35-yard line.
I mean, they're just winning. The offensive lineman's just winning that battle against United South right now. Did I say United? Nixon, that offensive line for Nixon. I don't know if I needed to correct myself, but that Nixon offensive line.
On first down, Tovar hurdling a couple of tacklers. Tovar at the 20, gets tripped up inside the red zone. It'll be 1st and 10 for the green and gold at the 17-yard line.
All run plays. All run plays. And now we get to slow down a little bit from all of the quick scoring that we've had in this 3rd quarter.
Ibarra with a carry, carefully choosing his, I want to call them holes as much as they are gaps, maybe. You know what it looked like on that play? Ibarra, you know how they run that drill, the football players, when they run through the tires, they work on the high knee action? That's what it looked like. He was running through the tires, picking his small little spaces to step into and gain some yards. Quick snap, 2nd and 4.
Take care of the ball. Definitely don't want to get it stripped here.
And so the Mustangs will have a 1st and goal inside the 5-yard line.
Nixon right now is just showing their overall dominance on this United South front. I mean, they are owning that line of scrimmage. They can do whatever they want, and they're moving them. They've done it from the right side. They've done it from the left side. They've done straight handoffs. They've done misdirections. They're just winning in all aspects right now. From the 3,
1st and goal. Tovar with the carry. trying to run behind Brian Gutierrez on that right side.
Tovad stopped at the 2-yard line. Second and goal.
Maybe a 1-yard gain. Waiting for the spot. There it is, 2-yard line. So it'll be second and goal from the 2. I don't know, Luis. It looks like whoever has the ball last tonight will be tonight's winner because they'll probably end up scoring whoever has the ball last. Oh, big hit at the line of scrimmage by the Panther defense. Number 35 laying the wall up. That is Hilario Alfaro, the junior defensive lineman. Wow. That is probably our first defensive highlight of the night.
Yay, we
Big
got a
play.
defensive highlight. All right.
That was a big stuff right there. Third and goal from the 2. Austin Garcia, the handoff to Ibarra. Will he get in? No, he's going to be about a yard short. It'll be 4th and goal, Luis. Are you going for it? You're down by a touchdown. A 2-point conversion.
Touchdown. I don't think he's short of confidence in that his team can get it into the end zone. You have to keep pace, don't you? You have to score. You have to score. You have to score here.
Quick snap. Tovad with a handoff. He stopped. There's a penalty flag on the field. If the penalty's against the Mustangs, South takes over on downs. We talked about a defense getting a stop. If the penalty's against the Panthers, well, Nixon will have another play here.
Coach Koss was celebrating. It looked like he knew that it would be on Nixon, and it appears...
I think it might be offsides on the defense. This may Nixon may have a second life here. Would it be an automatic first down if it's offsides, but it'd be 4th and inches. Here comes the official call from the referee tonight.
I mean, look at Coach Koss. He is out there.
Defense offside.
See?
Number 54.
And he is not happy. Coach Koss at
Of course not.
all.
You finally get the stop you've been wanting. So it's offsides on the defense, half the distance to the goal line. It's 4th and inches for the Mustangs, and they're going to huddle up to get their play call. I wonder, we'll just see Austin Garcia with a quarterback sneak.
That would be something that comes out of left field. I think Nixon's best choice might be to do something predictable.
And after Tovad, he's hit again at the line of scrimmage. And the Panther defense bends but doesn't break, and they finally get the stop they needed, and this time no penalty flag. The linesman indicates Panther ball.
Yep. Turnover on downs. Nixon gets the ball at the 1-yard line.
That
What a
was
stop.
4th and inches.
I mean, United South. Sorry, United South will get it at the 1.
And that concludes our 3rd quarter of play. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after these messages. You're watching Friday Football Fever on the CW. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. We talked about the defense getting a stop. They finally get one here. That is number 35 getting his helmet on Tovar. Hilario Alfaro getting the stuff for the Panther defense, and they take over on downs. And that's the first time that either offense has been stopped tonight on 4th and inches. And you can see the Panthers celebrating. Now the Panthers have flipped the sides of the field. We start the 4th quarter.
Only Eladio could have made that play. He's equally as big as Tovar.
The officials have stopped the play because the game clock does not indicate the right amount of time. It's all zeros. There's been issues with the game clock in the past. There we go. Now we got 12 minutes. Now we're ready to start the fourth quarter. So it's 1st and 10 from what should be the 6-inch line. It's not even the 1-yard line.
Can't even breathe back there. Go into the shotgun just to give him a little extra time.
That could be dangerous too with a bad snap. And Hernandez, a quarterback, barely escapes from being dropped for a safety.
Yeah, they did not want to run it up the middle there. They wanted to...
Looked like he wanted to throw the ball there for a minute.
A little bit.
Considered and then tucked and ran.
Yeah, at this point, you just want to get some space to work with, just some breathing room, getting out of there, room to operate. A few yards here, a few yards there, punt it away.
On 2nd and 9, the handoff to Brian Benavides. He gets past the 5-yard line, wrestled to the ground. Hear a smattering of applause from the Panther faithful.
Benavides is up to the 8-yard line. 33.
Looked like Matthew Krominga made the tackle for the Mustangs.
3rd down. Both teams have had a pretty good 3rd down conversion percentage so far.
Another handoff to Benavides. He's hitting the backfield, trying to break free, dives forward. Don't think it'll be enough for the 1st down, Luis.
Now you see Nixon knowing that they are 1 score down, that they did not match United South on that play, so they have to get a stop. They have a little bit more urgency at that line of scrimmage.
Well, they do give him the first, I guess, that forward progress, that final stretch of the ball. So the chains move. 1st and 10 for the Panthers. Ball now at the 11-yard line. Brian Benavides to the right side. Benavides picking his holes. 20, about a 24-yard gain for the Panthers and Brian Benavides.
That'll work out just fine for Coach Koss.
Benavides looking very patient on that run.
Now we do have a lot of time left, but I'm definitely for the opinion of milking this clock as much as you can. I mean, as much as you can. Why not? I know it's early, but why not?
We have an official's timeout on the field. We'll take one with him. 10-13 left in the 4th quarter. The Panthers lead 45-37. Actually, the player is making his way off the field now, so they should resume action here momentarily. The Panthers getting the only defensive stop of the night for either team. It was a 4th and goal from the 6-inch line, and the Panther defense stuffing that line of scrimmage and stopping Pablo Tovar from scoring.
There's 3 aspects to the football game, partner. There's the special teams, offense, and defense. The way Jimmy Johnson would preach it, the old Cowboys coach, is that you got to win at least 2 of those battles. Well, I think they both have the battle offensively and special teams, right? So far, defense, United South. That was the one stop that we had been wondering, where is it going to come from? That was it right there.
And when.
And when.
On 1st down, Benavides with the carry to the right side, big hole. Benavides to the 50, Benavides to the 40, inside Nixon territory. Benavides going to the house.
No flags on the field.
66-yard touchdown run for number 22, Brian Benavides and the Panthers. We've seen a lot of long runs tonight.
So this is what Brian can do.
When he's focused on being a running back.
When he's focused on being only a running back. Oh.
The Panthers now attempting the 2-point conversion. Nixon has converted one. The Panthers trying to get one of their own. A pass
Got it.
And the officials say it is good to Toby Cisneros. So now the Panthers lead 53-37. We have surpassed the 100-point mark.
Wow.
We were wondering we were going to get to 100 points tonight combined. And we did that by 10. If my math is right, that's it's 90. Okay, my math is wrong. That's why I was a journalism student.
I trusted you, partner. It looked like 190.
Wishful thinking. We're almost there. That's why I was not an engineer or an accountant or an actuarian, and the list goes on. It's the fatigue. I didn't get Whataburger like you all did for a pregame meal. And so
there it is right there.
The low blood sugar right there, yeah, it's taking effect. So the Mustangs now down by 2 scores.
Need 2 scores. They're going to have to go for 2 and get it at some point. But a lot of time, right? We've seen that they can score in a very short amount of time. A lot of ifs, right? If you score, you need your defense to get a stop.
Yeah, we've had 2 quick scores by Pablo Tovar and 2 quick scores by Joseph Ibarra. Here's a short kickoff. And this will be returned by the Mustangs, and he's going to get dropped at the 25-yard line. That's a quarterback, Austin Garcia, returning the kick. We have a replay here of that last touchdown by Brian Benavides, the 66-yard variety. You see him from the 34-yard line, take the snap. One person touches his ankle, and that was it. He's off to the races, cuts back, has one more block.
Yeah, no chance. Not in the open field like that, right?
And he even slows down there at the end, knowing he's in the end zone.
Just a formality at some point.
On first down, the Mustangs quarterback keeper by Austin Garcia. Fake the handoff to Tovar. Gets out to the 29-yard line. Gain of about 3 yards on the play. Will make it 2nd and 7. Well, they spotted at the 30, so it's a gain of 4. 2nd and 6.
The worst thing that Nixon can do here is to try to think that they have to win it all on this drive, that the fate of the game is on this drive. No, just keep the game within your grasp. Don't try to do anything crazy that might end up in a turnover. Just try to get down the field, get 1 score first.
Kumpian with the carry.
Late hit.
Yep, that's going to go against our buddy, number 68, Brian Gutierrez. He's a good kid, too.
Oh, terrific kid. Very well spoken.
Yes.
Very well mannered.
I agree.
He's got the leadership qualities.
Oh, the penalty is not against Brian. It goes against the Panthers.
Yeah, a little too much excitement on that play.
Late hit out of bounds.
Those are definitely the things that you do not want to do.
So my apologies to Brian. Sorry, Brian. I was calling you out and it wasn't on you. Told you I should have had that Whataburger during the pregame. So this gives the Mustangs excellent field position now. Ball at the 46-yard line, 1st and 10.
I mean, that was 15 yards free just because of a penalty, just because you're losing your head, you get caught up in your emotions, do something dumb, and you get penalized for it. 15 yards up the field. That is not what United South wants to do. That's exactly what Nixon will gladly take.
Pablo Tovar, right after the penalty, has an 8-yard run, makes it 2nd and 2. Ball inside Panther territory at their 46-yard line. The Mustangs handing off to Kumpian off that left side between the guard and the tackle. And he barrels down to about the 32-yard line. Another 1st and 10 for Nixon.
First down.
Line of scrimmage is the 33-yard line. 8:27 and ticking. Nixon still has 2 timeouts. So do the Panthers. Hit at the line of scrimmage is, I think, Pablo Tovar. Not much doing there for the Mustangs. No gain on the play, makes it 2nd and 10 from the 33 for Nixon. The snap is fumbled. Austin Garcia picks it up, manages to gain a couple of yards before he gets popped there.
Is that the second time we've seen that exchange get fumbled a little bit from Nixon's side?
Yes, at least the second time. I believe the tackle was made by number 30, Aldrich Bondock, senior linebacker for the Panthers.
William Noble is not in this game for United South. He's the defensive end pass rusher for the Panthers. He's been out for some time now. It doesn't look like he's going to return at all in this game. As Nixon gets to around the 25-yard line, bringing up a third down.
Austin Garcia decided to keep on that play, try to make something happen.
Fourth down. That was third down.
Well, down by 2 scores, the Nixon Mustangs will be going for it every time on fourth down. No sense in punting now.
Call your best play right here, the one that always gets you positive yards. Nothing more important than getting this fourth down converted into a first.
The toss goes to Pablo Tovar. He's at 2 long TD runs. This time he gets dropped in the backfield. Helmet comes off and everything, and the tackle still made. Number 6, Zion Martinez. The Panthers take over on downs. It'll be 1st and 10 for South.
Kind of scratching my head at that play. A toss to the left, and United South was all over it.
What do you think they were trying to catch the Panther defense off guard? You said go to your bread and butter. They decided to try something different, the Mustangs did.
Yeah, they didn't fool United South, that's for sure. Might have to ask Coach about that play later on in the week.
1st and 10 for South, and they'd be content to run the clock out here on this drive. Brian Benavides, I was going to say if he's smart, he'll stay in bounds. Now we have a late flag.
Looking like a hands to the face type of penalty.
Maybe a face mask?
Maybe a face mask. Illegal use of hands.
Personal foul on number 7 of the defense. Face mask penalty. At the end of the run, we'll tag on 15 yards. Automatic first down.
The penalty puts the ball at midfield. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Panthers from the 50-yard line.
With 6:23 left in the game, up 2 scores. You've just given away a 15-yarder.
The big fullback, number 40, Juan Ramirez, on the field now for the Panthers.
With a fresh set of downs.
Benavides gets hit in the backfield by the Nixon defense. He'll be dropped for a loss of at least 1.
The 2 critical moments, right? That stop by United South in their own end of the field, and that toss play on 4th down. I'm not questioning Coach's call. He believed that that was the right call. We've just seen them have so much success running it up the middle. That toss was...
Little jet sweep action for the Panthers. Big opening. That is number 3 with the carry. Juan Martinez.
Number 3, Juan Martinez on the carry.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Panthers after a 10-yard gain by Martinez. Martinez goes out of bounds, so he stops the clock. Hernandez takes the snap, another handoff to Brian Benavides, another big hole, this time up the middle. And he is down at the 23-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Panthers.
1st and 10 for the Panthers.
And Efren was snapping that ball at 12 seconds. He's not waiting to get down to the 5 or the 4-second count. He's doing it at 12 or 15.
starting to make their way towards the exit. Beat the traffic rush.
Fans tried to beat the traffic last week, and they missed out on a game if they did that. This game is not over yet.
Benavides with another carry for the Panthers. A nice stiff arm. Keeps him upright inside the 5.
Now it's
touchdown
over.
Panthers. A 23-yard touchdown run. That has to go on the highlight reel.
That is definitely what Brian has done all night. Taking hits, staying on his feet, refusing to go down. Just this thirst, this hunger to get into the end zone. He had to quench it. He was not going to be taken down. There was no way he was not going to score a touchdown. Look at Brian go, reaching for the pylon until the very, very end.
You're talking about hunger. Brian heard me talk about the pregame Whataburger that I missed, and he says, yeah, I want mine too. Let me get into the end zone and get this game over with so I can go for my post-game meal.
I bet that Whataburger tastes a lot better after a victory, too.
The kick is up. The extra point is good, and the Panthers now lead. $60-37. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after these messages on Friday Football Fever. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. Goyo Lopez, Luis Barrio. Luis, what did you like the most about that last touchdown run by Brian Benavides? You talked about him having a hunger for the end zone.
You know, Brian is just, he showed us exactly what we all expected. And when you do something that is already expected of you and you do it play in and play out, it means you're legit, right? Brian Benavides is definitely legit. This whole season he's had to play a little bit of quarterback. He didn't have to do that today. On that last play, partner, where did that play start? Somewhere around the 23-yard line. There was at least 4 chances where he could have been taken down. And he's up. I mean, he doesn't have to keep going, but that extra touchdown would have seals it for them, right? So Brian is just all heart all the time. You can see it in his demeanor when you ask him questions at practice. I mean, he's all about football.
The kickoff by the Panthers being returned from the own 3-yard line, and number 3 is going to be dropped. That is Ricky Navarro. Now, my understanding is he could have taken a knee at the 3 and it would have been considered a touchback and brought out to the 25-yard line. Is that how you understand the rules?
I think if he were to kneel the ball where he gets it, I believe you have to kneel it inside the end zone to get the touchback.
I thought the rule had changed in an effort to increase safety on kickoff returns.
Okay.
And so on a play like that where it just rolls and you can just grab it and kneel it, and the official indicates it'll be a touchback, then you didn't make the attempt to return it. I guess my point being, I don't think he had to return it.
No, yeah, totally. I get what you're saying. I'm not sure on the rule, but yeah, based off of that,
brought it out.
He didn't have to, right? Yeah.
So now the officials are discussing something. I think the Nixon coaching staff.
Let's keep Florida's children safe by following these important safety tips when driving through school zones.
It's calling maybe a timeout here, but I haven't seen any indication from the official that this is a timeout.
Remember to stop until the bus resumes motion.
Well, the officials are talking about something on the far sideline.
Oh, now we have
bench.
an indication. Timeout Nixon.
Little 30-second timeout.
That was a little delayed response or indication. Here it is. Yeah, they've already had 30 seconds on the sideline. They're now calling the timeout. Our next live game from right here from the Bill Johnson Student Activity Complex will be on October the 17th, a couple of weeks away. United at LBJ. So United will be visiting the Wolves will be the home team. It's 3 weeks from today.
The Wolves got back-to-back wins.
Right. And then the last one against the San Antonio team was a double overtime victory, a nail-biter and an exciting one at that.
Yeah, but United, man, they look so good this year. Definitely, deservedly, the favorites to come out of this district. United just has that offense that goes and goes and goes, right? United is the team to beat. But LBJ, with the return of Christian Ramos, their senior linebacker, he came back. They won 2 games in a row.
On second down, the Mustangs trying to pass. Austin Garcia was off balance when he threw that, had no oomph in his pass. Intended for number 20 of the Mustangs, Stephen Taylor. Bring up a third down here, 3rd and 10.
Yeah, handoffs are not going to work right now at this point, not the way that they've been able to put up 37 points. They're going to need to get down the field a lot faster if they want to make up 23 points in 4 minutes and 10 seconds. But you got to keep playing. You got to keep playing no matter what.
Austin Garcia going to get dropped for a safety in the end zone. The Panthers putting the proverbial cherry on top. Number 35 getting the safety for the Panther defense. That is Hilario Alfaro. He's had some big defensive plays on the night, including that 4th down play, Luis.
Yep, that was him. That was the man that turned the ball over, kept somebody from scoring. That was 45-37 at the time. They had to go on their own end of the field and switch sides in the 4th quarter, but they were able to eventually get out, go 99 yards, and Brian capped off the we paid it back to the defense, right? Scoring off of turnovers.
By the way, with that safety, we are 1 point shy of a combined 100 points. I finally did the math and I got it right.
We got the math.
99.
It equals 99.
I double checked it.
We know that for sure. The producers in our ears confirm, yes, it is 99.
I pulled out the calculator on my flip phone.
Oh, that's right. You have a flip phone.
The smoke started coming out of the flip phone. They could barely go to 100. So the Mustangs have the option of kicking or punting, and the Panthers will be receiving after that safety. I haven't kept an eye on the Marine Corps JROTC. I think they're going to have some sore legs tomorrow from all the running they've done here. After every score, they've been running up and down the track here, celebrating every score the Panthers have had.
We need to ask him, what were you guys thinking? Just curious.
On that first
what were you
score,
thinking
yeah.
on that first score?
Who gave the order?
Who gave the order?
Code Red.
I did, sir. I did. You can put it on me. Maybe they meant to go across the end zone.
Maybe. That would have been okay.
Yeah, the area in front of us was packed with students, people, but since those last couple scores, it's the students are just out there
on the fence line.
On the fence line.
Mustangs kick off from their own 20, a squib kick because it's a strong wind blowing into their face. And the Panthers say, you know what, we'll just run it out of bounds here at the 47-yard line. We'll have excellent field position. Don't want to turn it over. They're practically at midfield for a 1st and 10.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, they don't want to do anything foolish. Just get in, get out, soak up the victory on a short week. That was a short week too, partner. This is a Thursday game. That one's got to be tough, right? Or is that just for NFL guys, right? These kids are in high school, right? They have the endurance. They can do it.
No, it's tough for everyone.
Absolutely.
It's tough for the broadcasters. It's tough for the coaching staff. And it's definitely tough for the players.
We got to get you Whataburger.
That's right.
I mean, we got to get you that Whataburger then.
1st and 10 here for the Panthers. A new running back in the game, and he's going to have a long run to the end zone. Somebody get his name. That is number 23 for the Panthers, Matthew Aguirre. And just like that, a 53-yard touchdown run for Matthew. Unbelievable.
Partner, we did it. We're past 100 on that touchdown right there.
Yeah. That makes it 105 now, combined points.
Back-to-back games, right?
Yes,
At the sack,
games.
Martin Alexander.
And there goes the ROTC. There they go on the sideline. We should get a post-game interview with those cadets. saying, how sore are your legs going to be tomorrow? They probably tell you, sir, we're in shape, sir. We adapt and overcome.
Oh, yeah, it's all mental. They're not going to show any weakness or tiredness.
That's right. Now, Joe Costa's on the field because there is a penalty flag.
Not done coaching.
And so, well, the officials have a... So I guess there's no flag because they're going to take the timeout. Maybe they're trying to avoid a delay of game or something. 3:47 left in tonight's football game, and the Panthers really have put this game out of reach now, 68-37. The Nixon Mustangs will drop to 4-1. Their first district loss, or the first loss of the season, comes in the first district game. And next week, they play Alexander. We talked about a high-scoring affair with the Panthers. We saw Alexander and Martin light it up last week, and this will be a lot more of those scores next week.
Every week is tough. I mean, every week. You have to be bringing your best game every week. Alexander, you know, the Bulldogs, Coach Salinas, they...
A crowd shot there. Some people lined up on the fence ready to congratulate their classmates, their children, their siblings. So as we prepare for the extra point, the Panthers are going to improve to 2-3. They'll have their first district win, and next week they play San Antonio Southwest. The kick is up. It is high enough. Is it straight enough? It is. And
Definitely
it's good.
high enough.
68-37 our score. 3:47 left. And here's a replay on that touchdown by Matthew Aguirre. He came in to give Brian Benavides a rest with his game well in hand. And on this, his first carry, he busted free to the left side, Luis. Outruns that tired defense.
Tired defense, yeah. You said it, partner, right there. Just the wear and tear.
So Aguirre says, "Hey, I got to play one play, Mom." But it was a pretty good play because it was a 53-yard touchdown run. And they showed my replay during the game too. Not bad for one. Imagine that. So what was your average yard per carry, Matthew? 53 yards. I only run it once.
Keep that average up.
Yeah.
Don't let that drop.
What was your average? 53 yards. Even if it runs it twice, doesn't get yardage on the second carry, still an impressive 25-plus average carry there. Pause there for dramatic effect. So there's been a combined 15 total touchdowns, Luis. Yeah, if you love defense, this is not your kind of game.
Don't show this film.
Yeah,
if you want to raise your kids to be some sort of defensive coordinator, well, maybe you could.
Or you show it to them.
This is what you're up against. This is what you got to stop, right? Now, 15 touchdowns. Not bad. For what, $2? $1 ticket? Students, adults getting in?
Fair catch being made by the Mustangs. And so they'll start with a 1st and 10 from about their own 28-yard line. I'm sure the green and gold have to be broken-hearted. They came out here with high aspirations. They were hanging in there most of the game. And then the Panthers, after that 4th and goal stand, and the 4th from the 6-inch line, the big play by Alfaro, that seemed to really burst.
Yeah, that just
Nixon.
catapulted. Yeah, I mean, that was the difference right there. Nixon, I mean, it's only 45-37, right? It's gonna have been a completely different ball game. Not if United South had anything to say about it, which they do.
On 1st down, that is number 20, Stephen Taylor. He picks up about 12 yards on that carry. One of the new names in the game.
Tackle made by number 21, Matt Soto.
1st and 10 now for the Mustangs. Ball at their own 39-yard line. Austin Garcia remains in at quarterback. Quick snap. Another handoff, but a gain of maybe 1 on this play.
So now it's back to the drawing board for Nixon, right? They go 4-0. They lose this game. and they can feel it, right? They know that everyone knows that they won 4 games last year, and then they lost the next 6.
Go ahead.
We don't believe that's going to happen. But if they want to make sure it doesn't happen.
Taylor is brought down in the backfield, a jersey full there for the Panther defense. Number 36, it looked like, making the tackle. That is one. No, there is. Maybe it's 35 then. There's no 36 on the roster. That would be Alfaro once again. I could have sworn it's at 36. Loss of a couple of yards on the play makes it 3rd and 11. And Taylor going to get hit in the backfield, losing even more yards.
44, Ray Corning. Number 30.
So the Mustangs will punt into the win here on 4th and long. You think the Panthers go into victory formation after this punt and just kneel it on every play?
They should, yeah. They don't need any more points. The score is pretty... That says enough right there that they won the game. I don't think they need to go for any more. But I think the reason that USouth was able to pull away is just that they've been battle-tested, partner. I mean, the teams that they were playing, they had scheduled them for a reason, right? They're going to play San Antonio teams. It's going to be on the road. You're going to play tough teams. You may lose. You may get your butt kicked. But, you know, it's what you gain from it. It's when you get your teeth punched in that you kind of see what you're made of. Okay, we're down in the dumps. How are we going to respond to that? You know, you got to be able to. Everybody has a plan until they get punched, right? Then after that, you got to know what you got to do. So USouth, they didn't care about their record pre-district. All they care about, Coach Costa, all he's ever cared about is the district schedule. That's what he wanted to get his boys ready for. That's what the tough schedule was before that. Now that district starts, pretty convincing win against a good Nixon team. We shouldn't take any credit from Nixon. They've got a great formula on that offensive side. I mean, they can run the ball, as we've seen. But they had some trouble with Brian today, with a mobile quarterback, Efren.
Nixon uses her last timeout. 1:36 left in tonight's football game. The Mustangs punting into the win. The quarterback, Austin Garcia, doing double duty here. And this will take a Nixon roll and it'll be down inside the 15-yard line. And the Panthers will take over with a 1st and 10. We're expecting them to nail the ball a couple of times, and that'll be all she wrote.
That is all she wrote, yeah.
So once again, our next broadcast will be October the 17th. That's about 3 weeks away. It'll feature United and LBJ. They've had some pretty interesting games. It's like a David and Goliath battle there, Luis. And there's been a couple of years ago, LBJ pulled off the big upset and just shocked everyone. So those games.
The big upset?
Yeah, the Wolves over United. So nothing is taken for granted there because the Wolves really show up to play. They really get up for the game against United. Don't sell them short.
No, definitely I won't. Not if they've already won against United too.
So the Panthers keep the ball on the ground. It's a gain of about 9. 2nd and 1 here.
Efren Hernandez not in the game anymore.
Oh, they're putting all the backups now. Give everybody some playing time.
Little PT, little 2 minutes playing time.
Another quick handoff. It goes down, and we have one more play before the end of tonight's game. So Friday football fever, what do y'all have lined up for tomorrow? A lot of highlights?
Yeah, we have our player of the week. We might have our band of the week.
You have highlights from today's game?
Highlights, absolutely.
Cigarroa's game?
Cigarroa's game. Toros were also in action today. Remember how they did. Yeah.
And that concludes tonight's football game. The final seconds ticking off the clock. The final score will read The South Panthers 69, Nixon 37. We surpassed that combined 100-point mark. It's been a windy night here at the SAC. Heat Wave would be proud that we know to call it the sea breeze, or we can see the sportsmanship, the handshakes being exchanged by the different players. Like you said, a broken-hearted Nixon team and a very happy South team. Back-to-back wins now for the Panthers. They win their last pre-district game, and they opened district play with this victory over the Mustangs, with a big one at that at 69-37, a final score.
Boy, how good does it feel to get a win on a short week, knowing that you have a few extra days until your next game. You can take a couple days off, you can game plan, but you always love when you get a win on a short week.
I just wanted to point that out. You just saw Jerry Ramirez, an assistant coach for the Panthers, give it a big hug to TJ Rogerio. That is his nephew. Rogerio plays for the Mustangs. Jerry Ramirez plays for, he's a coach with the Panthers, and he paused right there and made it a point to hug his nephew and say good game. So it was nice to see that too, that it's more than just sportsmanship here and friendship, it's family ties that come into play, and you're on the opposite side of the field. So a nice gesture there by Uncle Jerry. We'll call him Uncle Jerry tonight, since that was his nephew he was hugging. Sorry to interrupt you, Luis. But
hey, partner, you don't ever interrupt me.
As he was making his way through that line, I picked that up real quick.
Here's the new victory formation for the Panthers. What do they get together midfield, do a little no?
Well, they probably come over to where the band is and sing their alma mater.
There you go.
With the student body and coaching staff, administrators, faculty, alumni. It was alumni night, 30th anniversary of the opening of United South.
Well, they're happy.
Yeah, and they celebrated with a big victory. On the screen, they're showing all these photos of past faculty members, previous coaches. And there goes the alma mater for the Panthers.
What was the score after the first quarter? 6-3. That was cool.
We thought it'd be a fun quarter. So with that, Luis, any final thoughts before we wrap this up?
Well,
we're going to take a real quick break, and we'll come right back to wrap up tonight's broadcast. You're watching Friday Football Fever on the CW. Welcome back to Friday Football Fever. We're at the conclusion of tonight's football game. The South Panthers. Looked like it was going to be a close game at one point. You say, what was the score in the first quarter? What was it?
I think it was 6-3 at the end of the first quarter.
It's been 69-37. Yeah, you heard right. 69-37. The Panthers beat the Mustangs to open district play. We do have a few highlights here, Luis, and we're going to start. These are all from the second half. Third quarter action here. The Mustangs, to start the third quarter, Joseph Ibarra.
Look at that stride. Long strides there. He was gone before he even got into the end zone.
That was the first play from the line of scrimmage. That was Joseph Ibarra. And then they go for a two-point conversion to narrow the lead. And it's Ibarra back-to-back. And we thought the Panthers had stopped him. And then the linesman comes in and says, nope, it is good. There's a ground view angle right there. Alfaro trying to stop him, but as you can see, the ball breaks the plane of the end zone.
Now, when the game was competitive, these extra points, two-point conversions played a huge role.
Yes.
Whether you converted or whether you did not, played a huge role.
Now the Panthers come right back and score their own. Brian Benavides, one of the stars tonight for the Panthers. Look at this good block right there by number 3 of the Panthers. We talked about how that sprung Benavides into the end zone. Juan Martinez getting that timely block. Not a big hit, but just enough to get the defender.
Just a little chip, little something.
And the Panthers would continue to score. This one they started to pull away, Luis, here in the third quarter. Nixon was keeping up with the Panthers up until that point. Now here's the Mustangs. They're going for it. 4th and goal from the 6-inch line. Hilario Alfaro with a big stop right there for the defense. And we had talked about the defense getting a stop. You were going to say?
That was the second stop on that drive. They had already stopped him before that, but a penalty on the play gave Nixon one more chance.
You're right.
They did it twice. I mean, they did it twice. That is so hard to do.
The Panthers were called for being offsides, and they stopped them twice. So here's another big score for the Panthers, a 66-yard run for Brian Benavides, number 22. After that first tackler, he gives a little stiff arm there, waits patiently for his block, and then continues running to the end zone, even slows down there at the end.
He's got a lot of leisure time right in between going to touchdowns. I wonder what he's thinking. He's got a lot of downtime because he's already there.
After a bad kick return, the Mustangs deep in their own territory. And what happens? The South brings the defense, and they sack Austin Garcia, the Nixon quarterback, in the end zone. That is a 2-point safety. Is there any other kind? That's Alfaro once again.
By that time, the game had already been over. This was just extra for United South. And here, United South already, this is late in the game. This is when they've already brought in their substitutions. Number 23, partner. What did you say this guy was?
Aguirre.
That big-time average, 53-yard average. Keep it up, young man.
Yeah, how many times did you touch the ball since once? What'd you do? Oh, I just scored a 53-yard touchdown. That's
fair to say. I got it once. I did it 53 yards.
Not bad at all. It's good for the yards per carry average right there for Matthew Aguirre.
It was a fun game. It was a good game to see.
Exciting.
Fun to watch both teams play some offense. Not a whole lot of defense, but that's okay. That's okay.
Nixon's back in action next week against Alexander. Should be another high-scoring affair. The Panthers will be taking on San Antonio Southwest, and we'll be back on the air in about 3 weeks when LBJ and United tangle right here at the Bill Johnson Student Activity Complex. This is what the 29-6A standings look like as of tonight now. They have Nixon on top. Well, those include the
the overall record.
The overall record, but those aren't 29-6A standings because the Panthers just won tonight, so they're 1-0 in district. Nixon is 0-1 in district.
Which will put United South all the way up to the top of that standing, because all that matters now, you're going to see in parentheses now that the district record is going to come first, then that overall record.
So there you go, the standings. That included pre-district games. So with that, we're going to wrap it up. We thank all the staff out here. There's a group of photogs, people down in the live van. It takes a big, big group to pull off a live production like this. So we thank each and every one of the members of our staff that aren't on camera.
Absolutely. Shout out to those guys. Hey, partner, it was awesome.
On behalf of Luis, I'm Goyo Lopez. Thank you for watching Friday Football Fever on the CW.